There you go.
Huh? Until you do.
I know, that's why I have like 6 of each type, almost. Well, other than the ones I never roll.
Throw on Snapchat a bunch.
Alright. Well, let's jump right in. So, where we last left off, our group of 4 loosely connected goblins had found their paths crossing.
AJ man,
At
how you doing?
unfortunate, no, not unfortunate, at an unexpected juncture where a goblin in the city had an unfortunate run-in with some thief types. 2 of our party members came across this, and story.
Nice.
Following this goblinoid for a while before, if I remember correctly, assaulting him.
Maybe.
Had to be done.
Our heroes, maybe, decided
Heroes
to
question
help
mark,
him.
yeah.
And in doing so, aided and abetted in stealing one of the most powerful magical artifacts from one of the most powerful people in the city.
As one does.
As you do, you meet a guy, you beat him up, and then you help him rob the president.
It was a
I mean,
Tuesday.
that's what we did.
What is it? National Treasure or whatever? We got to steal the Declaration of Independence.
It was a very national treasure moment. However, through a series of events and following this strange conspiracy plotline, you uncovered a group of 5 individuals whose plans loosely revolved around interrupting the Great Gathering that was upcoming in about a week. Through a series of very fortunate and very skilled events, you managed to blow one of them up.
Yep.
Blow yourselves up.
Yep.
Oy.
Blow up again.
Yep.
Same day, if I recall.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it was a
Yep.
few in one day.
Do drugs. That was done.
Yes.
And somehow, despite all of these things, you managed to capture the remaining 4.
We blew one up spectacularly and
We
captured
didn't
the
need him.
rest.
That was the warning shot.
Warning shot! Kaboom!
Warning. Anytime I hear that, all I think about is Expendables. That's a very expendable moment.
Potato,
Anywho.
potato, fire the gun.
Anywho. Through this series of events, you found your way into this camp where they had sort of been basing all of their operations out of. A large-scale battle took place this day. Though you were not directly involved with the front lines, you did manage to clear out an entire underground guerrilla encampment by yourselves.
Crunch, crunch.
Through a very, very uncomfortable use of Hunger of Hadar and a couple fireballs.
Yeah.
Single fireball? Single fireball.
I think it was just... Was it one? I think it was one.
Yeah, it's just the one. I have few spell slots.
However, this all culminated into the final battle where you took on the bull and his magical bull, which was not confusing at all in the moment.
Not at
I
all.
said, what?
Yeah, it definitely didn't lead to any miscommunications whatsoever.
I want to hit the bull. No, not that bull. That bull.
Yup.
The bull that's made out of bull!
The bulbul.
Anywho.
We're gonna break all the ice up.
With relatively minimal casualties. I don't think anyone actually got knocked unconscious and was
Zero.
unstable. I think you were knocked
I went
to 0.
2-0.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
So, with a showing remarkable skill, you managed to fight your way through, capturing the bull, I believe relieving him of 2 hands.
Yep, that sounds about right.
If he would have had a third, we would have covered that as well.
Probably. Too bad. Next time you'll just have to find other appendages to cut off. Who needs legs anyway?
Yeah.
Well, I hope the guy isn't planning on reproducing.
Third arm,
You know.
you say?
Clunk's just sitting there with a knife. What's this thing? What's this thing? I don't know what it does. I don't have one. You
Someone
don't get
else
one
can
either.
deal with that one.
I see Mama Senin does not want to have the talk.
When two robots love each other very much,
Oh god.
they go to an artificer and
Whoa, don't get me involved in this.
Officiate.
Anywho,
Yeah.
with the bull incapacitated, Harouk showing up not too long after, you all proceeded to investigate, and we left off roughly right after that. But to speed it along just a little bit, you all know, I believe, what all you found. It's in chat if you need to, retouch on that, but I'm pretty sure everyone wrote it down. All your gold. For this, you were told by Harouk that, in essence, good job. He honestly can't believe that you managed to do it as cleanly as you did. And that
yes,
Same.
clean.
until the beginning of the Great Gathering, you all are more than welcome to continue staying at Karimbaros, the Red House, the giant palace fortress that towers over the city of Rukandral. And at this point, the Great Gathering is set to commence in about 3 days on the turn of the new year. So, for the next 3 days, you guys have downtime. Now, before we jump into the next bit, let's talk about downtime, because I've had some thoughts on how I want to do downtime here.
Sure.
And oftentimes, little peek behind the scenes here, oftentimes as the GM, I find downtime kind of is pretty much subjugated to the people who can use magic items and need to build them, and the people who can't.
Yeah.
So, I want to add some extra options in there. So, given that you all have access to a shop, that is something you could theoretically do with your time. Run the shop, sell off some of the magical items you have. Sell off some of the non-magical items as well. You guys have quite a few just general pieces of...
Yeah, I think we had a lot of like random treasure, like diamonds and stuff like
Yep.
that.
Yeah.
Indeed. Obviously, you can work on magic items, work on mundane items. Anyone who has any skills or proficiencies they'd like to flex in that regard.
Pull up my character sheet, actually.
For those of you who don't have much you can do in downtime, I wanted to add an option for some extra things we can do. So, let's talk about learning skills, learning languages, and improving ability. All three of those are going to fall under a very similar umbrella, which is 30 days of invested time will get you something. So, for example, if you invest 30 days of in-game time into learning a language, you can learn a language of your choice from the list.
Nice.
Certain languages that are more restricted might require a roll to find information on the language, and thus might take a little more time. Common
Makes
languages, no question. 30 days, you could probably find somebody to speak it most times. Not a huge
What
deal.
about, like, say, if I had an exotic language and I wanted to quite awkwardly and probably not very proficiently teach it to another party member?
I absolutely would allow that. Again, it would take a roll, not both of you each, but just one roll collectively of probably whoever's trying to learn to piece together whatever chaotic babble comes out of Plunk.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah.
It's sort of the inverse. That kind of situation would be the sort of inverse of an ADHD student. It'd be an ADHD teacher and a student trying to figure out what everything means.
Do you want me to jump up on the desk too? What's happening?
Absolutely. If someone in
I
the
feel
party
like
wants
that
to
goes
spend the
both
time with
ways,
you
like,
to
I can't.
teach, absolutely. The same goes for skills. If you spend 30 days of in-game time, you know, investing it into learning a skill, you can become proficient with a skill you're not already proficient with.
No.
If you already are proficient with a skill, you can spend 30 days of in-game time to gain a +1 bonus to a skill you are proficient with. And that's up to 3 times typical magic item. No more than a +3.
Oh.
So it'll take some time, but if you guys get like a year off and just decide, hey, let's invest some time into learning something, you can really add a little bit more to your characters.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's all things.
Same with things like that. You could possibly take time to learn, any tools that you don't have proficiency with that you want, vehicles, anything of that nature. I'm working on a way to learn or get feats otherwise, but feats are a really hard one to balance. So I'd probably have to go in and individually time those. But if you have a feat you want to look into, you can start investing time now, and I'll tell you after I look into it what a good balance of time would take for it. Because there are some where it's literally you get 2 or 3 languages, or you get 2 or 3 abilities. So it's like pretty easy to judge. And then there's things like you learn how to be shadow touched and become invisible, and you learn a necromancy skill of your choice, or necromancy spell.
30 days. That's pretty simple. Just learn how to raise the dead and bend the laws of physics to your will.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Some Indiana Jones like crypt rave.
Mm-hmm.
Rave? Raid.
Crypt rave.
Summon the
I
dead.
would go to one of those.
Straight up like Crypt of the Necrodancer right there, 100%.
Yes, exactly.
Such a good game. Anyway, so along with those that are on the more useful side, there's other things that you can do. Like if you want to make some money in game, you can possibly go gambling or go, I can't remember the exact word they have for it, but there's the tables in the DMG that kind of have that sort of go out and just have a night on the town. You can go drinking and possibly wind up in weird and wacky scenarios. There's plenty of options. It's up to you. Just because I haven't said it doesn't mean it isn't an option. It just means I didn't think of it in the moment. So when it comes to downtime, you're not limited by anything but your own imaginations and whatever rules I set for whatever you're trying to do.
I just had a little bit of a thought there, Zero.
So,
So, especially with the whole like long weekend rest, like 3-day rest to give health back. I've seen it done by DMs where it's like, oh, you wake up in the middle of the night and there's an ambush, you don't get your long rest. There's stuff like that. How do you roll that kind of stuff? And what would constitute, if anything, a rest break?
Interesting. That is a good question, and because of this, the more punishing aspect of like really long rests, I would say that breaking the long rest would be a party intention. For example, if you think you have time and something comes up in the story and you realize you don't have time and you have the choice of breaking the rest or staying with it, that's fine. If it's DM imposed ambush in the middle of the night, I'm not going to impose a rest break on you in that scenario because it would be a little tedious. Like, if you're 2 days into your rest and you get ambushed and now you have to wait another 3 days, that's kind of fucky. I like that.
Yeah. Yeah, especially with the longer rests. One way I was thinking of it too is like maybe even mechanically, if the players go and say get in a bar fight or some small quick combat, maybe a way of kind of doing it if players don't use any abilities, like any short rests, long rest abilities, no spell slots, if it's just kind of like a brawl or like a quick pew pew more so for like me or Sinan, and we don't use any like resources, it's that might make sense to kind of not break a rest.
Yeah,
but I literally just thought of that. I was like, ooh.
I'd say that's a good loose way to look at it. As long as you're not using any major resources, you should be okay. But it'll be a scenario when, if it comes up, I'll let you know. Doing this will, I'll give you the little video game pop up of. Are you
I
sure
was
you want to do
about
that?
to say, actually.
Just choose option B. Your exhausted body will remember that. Your back will remember that.
I like that. But yeah, so
Oh.
yeah, in those scenarios, I'm not gonna be too harsh on that. I don't want to mess up the pacing of the game too much because it's
Yeah.
already gonna be pretty slowed down. I don't want to, make a 3-day rest a 5-day rest because assassins came after you in the night.
Yeah.
Or you
And
got
I mean-
into a bar fight.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, I like the assassins bar. That'd be interesting. It's a living, breathing world. We pissed off the kingdom next over, and the guy put some money on, and oh shit, fight in the middle of the night. Okay, my other weird question, more behind the screen. I actually bought recently. It was like $2. I bought a supplement that came with, I don't know, 30, 40 feats. I haven't actually looked at the damn thing because Christmas and busy. But apparently the guys put a lot of work into making them pretty balanced. That might be something. Well, I'll definitely look at it. But do you think we could potentially look at some of those as other options?
Yeah, absolutely. Again, it'll be a case by case scenario,
Yes,
but
of course.
I fully am okay with homebrew as long as we take a look at it and make sure everything's good with it.
Sweet.
I like the additions to the game as long as they're canonically acceptable and then balance wise acceptable. I'm perfectly okay with some stuff. Like, you guys have, especially with Eberron, you guys have free reign on some pretty high magic craziness. I'm okay with a lot of it. I kind of run Eberron because I like it.
Yeah.
So. But back into this specifically, as I said, if you have something you want to do, you have, 3 days off here. You can do a good bit in that time. If you have anything that you kind of want to try or want to get started with, you're more than welcome to put it down. I will say one last touch on this. If you're going to be investing time into a skill or something that you're learning, make sure you mark it down that you're learning it and how far along you are.
Of course.
Oh, yeah.
Because I will not be able to keep track of all of you all the time. But as we jump into this 3 days, before we jump into this 3 days, is there anything left at this tent you would like to investigate before you walk away? I'll bring you back over to the map.
I think I did all the investigating I wanted.
I tried to light it on fire a few times. I've done my part.
Yep. You've tried, and a little goblin spy stopped you at every corner.
Yeah, because we also looked around inside the tent too, right?
Yep.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
You found some information there. I don't remember if anyone had it written down, but the general idea was that there was possibly more to this whole situation behind the scenes than just these 5.
Right.
That's what it boils down to. There was nothing super specific on who or what or why. It was simply there was talk of something further behind the scenes. But if we're done with that, then let's go through the list here and figure out what we're doing for downtime. Let's start with... Does anyone know what they want to do with downtime already?
I mean, yeah, I can probably make it pretty easy. I'm likely
All
just going to be selling a bunch of the goods that we got for their gold worth, so we can liquidate it.
All right. Then let's start with you. Let's start with the your characters' names. Okay. Got it. All right. Let's start with Giz. What's Gizik doing? 3 days. Good amount of time. What's the
Yeah, well, I'm at least going to try and, sell off some of the stuff that we got during the battle. And then probably spend the rest of my time converting my armor into the mithril plate.
Okay, all right. The armor turning into the mithril plate would be a relatively quick thing, because it's something you're relatively familiar with. As for the selling of stuff, are you trying to sell any of the magic items, or are you just going for the mundane, right?
Just the mundane stuff.
Okay.
I think all the
Then-
magic items were dibsed.
Yeah, I'd like to sell the Cursed Blade of Hukathar, which is a +3 visceral sword. I'm wondering if the local goods store manager would want it. You know, to deal with the rats in his basement.
Anywho,
Oops.
all right. For selling off all the stuff, then why don't you roll me a persuasion or general charisma check of your choice, whether or not you intend to be particularly tricksy with it is up to you.
All right. So you said persuasion or what was the other one? Sorry.
Any sort of charisma check that you, as long as it's not
Any
performance.
sort of charisma check. Buy my shit or else.
Definitely, intimidation is an option amongst Goblin Society. I'll give you that.
Yeah, it really
It really
is.
would
Goblin
be.
Society ones.
Well, I'm equally as not great at all of them, so sure. Actually, you know what?
You want an idiot as a help?
Yeah, sure. If someone's tending the shop, I could do that, right?
Absolutely, yeah. If you guys want to
Yeah, I
double
have
team the shop, you can.
a +8 to intimidation and persuasion.
Holy shit!
Yeah,
Charisma caster.
I'll definitely let the robot handle the marking up the price.
Oh my god. Can we do like 1 or 2 quick roleplay things of that?
Sure, sure. Let me see here. Let me get a random ass NPC. All right. First person that walks into your shop is a half orc. A little more well dressed than the typical common folk of the city. Probably a traveler coming through. He walks in. He takes a look at some of the items that are on the shelf, and after a moment, seems to take a look more at the shop itself, but eventually comes over to you with one of the items that you guys had. We'll say, for the sake of it, he picked up the. He picked up the velvet mantle trimmed with squirrel fur and walks over to you all and just says, "How much for this?"
That's a good question. How much?
Oh my god, it is
How
a good
am I
question.
marking it up?
Well, it's made of yeah. It's made of leather, like the armor thing I wear. It'll be 60 gold.
It's 60. It's 250. Like by itself. The prices are in chat.
Oh,
Prices are in chat. Up
Yeah.
where?
there.
Oh, there it is.
60 gold. Don't even get out of
200.
bed in the
BS,
morning for 60
Roleplay
gold.
wise, you are totally allowed to like whack Plunk upside the head a little bit.
Yeah, I'll just take one of my gauntlets and just like hold it above your head and then like gravity like drop it into you like an inch.
Just got bonked.
Why, master? Why have you struck me?
I'll just like point to the price tag that like clearly says like 275.
Oh, whoops. I didn't get quite all of them. Whatever. Anywho. Yeah. So, what are you actually going to try to charge him for it? Are you actually going to go we're going to roll with the 60?
No. Let's do like a 20% markup. Sure. I'll price tag it at 300 and see what he says.
Okay. He looks over it a little closer. He runs his hand through the like squirrel fur aspect and kind of he sniffs it a little bit and recoils slightly and just says, 300 might be a bit much.
Well, that's
Feel
why
free
we're
to
a bartering
roll.
shop.
Yep. feel free to roll and
All right, Clunk
see
down.
what goes.
I'll. This guy is arguing it. We should put it for 298 gold. Huge
What's-
discount. Yeah, I just say that. I don't know.
What's the persuasion roll on that?
Oh, sorry, give me a sec. And then, are we able to do that as like help for advantage, or like how should we do that?
Yeah.
You're more than welcome to each roll, or to one of you roll with advantage.
I will pass advantage. That'll be way more useful than my -1.
Good thing it's
Oh.
advantage.
Yeah.
That's still a 15.
15. Okay.
Still testing my dice.
He rubs his chin and looks at it. Well, normally I would say that's too much, but it does go with my outfit, so he pulls out a small bag of platinum and places it on the table, and then just walks out.
Huh.
Cool.
Happy doing
I
the
was wondering.
business with you.
He rolled a 14.
Ooh.
Yeah, honestly, like that's probably gonna be about what I would do
Mhm.
the whole time. I think.
Perfect.
Oh, I have a question.
What's up?
Oh, here, hold on. I just want to see what's my longest running spell, because one thing I'd like to do is try to train for to kind of get towards like the Warcaster feat, and one of the things is you have advantage on concentration. What if I simply cast a spell? I'm trying to find a very docile spell, and then just hold concentration for the whole entire time while being distracted.
I mean, you could try that. I feel like when it comes to Clunk, trying to stay focused without distractions is probably a good place to start. Clunk is his own worst distraction.
It's so
It's
true.
weird that invisibility is only on a person. I guess, how about like anytime there isn't someone in the shop, I would go and I would use invisibility and just like hold concentration the whole time and kind of just try to concentrate my mind on it as like kind of like a way to do that, if that makes sense.
I got you.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. You can invest the time into figuring that out.
Yeah, why is there smoke billowing out from the corner of my room? Oh, Clunk is just concentrated. Got it.
Slight whistling sound as the smoke comes out.
Disembodied, deranged giggle happens right beside you.
So, just in general, for the sake of it, roll me, since this is your primary downtime activity, roll me a d6. See how many of these items you manage to get off.
Makes sense.
How about 5?
Nice.
5? Nice.
Yep.
All right.
Hey,
We'll say you
something
managed to get
random.
all 5,
How
and
was
with
your
the
Christmas?
general rolls that happened earlier, you managed to get all of them at a pretty good deal. So, take 1,500 gold pieces on top of the 300 you were.
All right. Just divide 1,800 however many ways?
Yep. Yep.
450 each. There it is. Clonk.
So, so we'll say that what you're left with at the end of the day is we'll just use the last one. You guys have an electrum idol of a water goddess adorned with gold that nobody seems to care about.
All right. I'll keep that in the store stock for now, I guess.
No followers of her, apparently.
Is it Aqua?
Uh,
Anywho, so that's your downtime, and you, I believe, Clunk, you said you're going to be focusing on practicing concentration,
Yeah.
correct? All right.
I feel like even like downtime, like outside of store hours, if I could just sit there with Artificer and he could just casually punch me while I try to maintain concentration on the invisibility.
Casually punch you.
Like
You know what,
roleplay wise, I would sit there with a spell. I'd be like, hit me. I'm gonna keep it going. Hit me.
I will task Klepto with occasionally, like slapping her around with force damage.
You know what's a really easy way I can spam that too is I could just go to random people and cast Friends, and as soon as the concentration runs out, they might very well do it.
Intentionally make them hostile, yeah.
Oh my god.
100 hours in Ultra
You guys
Kill,
are gonna
hell
walk
yeah.
down the
First
street,
100
and
hours
like
always great.
the normal curiosity
Half-Life
and like
2.
wonder that's
Hey,
seen at Clunk
cool.
is now just malice and anger. All right, so let's switch over down the list here to Senin. What's Senin's downtime look like?
I'm going to work on investigation, if that's...
Okay, interesting. Okay, I like it. Well, as I said, you can take 3 days of time investment into that.
Okay. I wrote it down in my additional features
I
and
should write that
traits
down
in
too.
my character sheet.
All right.
Good idea.
And then lastly, let's go for Gurky. What's Gurky gonna take for downtime?
He's gonna break into Javelin of Lighting and just trying to like be better about throwing javelins and other kind of things. He wants to try to get the
Okay.
feat sharpshooter.
Okay, I see. Gotcha. I like it. All right, practicing for sharpshooter. Cool. Well, before the downtime is completely over, Senny,
Yes.
as you're coming back to your room, well, first off, let me ask, are you heading back to the Red Palace primarily, or are you heading back to your little dwelling in the Riverside Respite?
Probably I would go back to the red house or whatever.
Okay. Well, as you head back to your room one day, I assume probably on your own, as Clunk is still out trying to get people to punch him.
Something tells me it's not that difficult.
Not really. But as you head back to your room, you ascend. You all have been moved up to the 5th floor,
Ooh.
into some nicer dwellings.
On our way up, boys.
Hell yeah.
We're
But-
gonna have to build a new floor for us one day.
Because you'll blow it up.
It's probably true. But- As you make your way towards yours and Clunk's room, you notice right off the bat that the door, which you are pretty sure you left closed, is slightly ajar. The other thing that you notice immediately as your senses kick in and you go into the sleuth mode is there's a carving on the inside of the door frame.
Okay.
And it is a carving that you are almost familiar with.
Almost. Oh, is it from the what's it called?
It is a version of that. It is a circle with a U under it, looking like sort of a blank humanoid silhouette. The one you're familiar with has a spider where the face would be. This one has a musical note that looks like the letter S slightly, the treble clef, if you're familiar.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Cool.
What do you do?
The one with the... That has to do with the... Oh, yeah. Okay. Huh. How do I want to deal with this? Okay, because... I'm going to carefully enter my room, kind of looking for anything out of place, any other messages, if there's a person in there.
Some bro chilling.
Just
Did you get
Some
my
bro
message?
just
not a
chilling.
bro. It would not be a
One
bro.
bro sitting in a hot tub.
6 feet cut because they're not gay.
Love that.
What do you say to the dude chilling there?
I haven't heard if there's a dude chilling in my room yet.
Okay.
Oh no,
So-
that was my joke. Sorry.
Yep.
Manifest a man.
It's like, yeah, that guy was there the whole time, right? I didn't just make him up spontaneously and then forgot
It's just
about
a
it.
Body. It's just the body of a guy that hit me too hard, and then I retaliated.
You're hallucinating.
I like the idea that he's just hallucinating.
Plunk
Anyway.
found drugs again.
He found drugs again. He's trying to concentrate through drugs. Anywho, what you see as you enter your room is a humanoid, female humanoid, sitting on the edge of the bed that you use. Currently, looking through one of the various books that has been sort of just laid out in the rooms. And as you walk in, the first thing you notice is that she is dressed in a way that is very unfamiliar for Dargoon. It is more closely resemblance of like city wear that you would see in Sharn, but even then is a little foreign to Sharn. It's a little more revealing. It hugs curves a little tighter. It's... Go ahead and roll me a just general intelligence check. See if you can pinpoint exactly where this kind of style comes from. I feel like you, of all people, would have a more familiarity with the various nations and their styles.
So that's where I would just add what my normal, whatever intelligence. Okay,
Hit
so I got a
modifier.
10.
A 10? Okay.
Yeah.
So it's foreign enough to you that you know it's not Sharn. And with your loose knowledge of the surrounding nations, you can take a wild guess and say that it's not the overly zealous Silver Flame followers.
Okay.
Given the lack of any magical implementation whatsoever, you can assume it's probably not Undair. Which leads you to believe it's probably one of the more eastern countries.
Okay.
So it could be anywhere from Karnath to the plains to Valinar. You know definitely it's not Kabara. Kabara's sort of a weird jungle, not super well established region. Valinar, you probably assume it's not, because Valinar is very elvish, traditional approach. The assumption right off the bat would be Karnath. Karnath is sort of one of the more unique nations that has been ostracized historically for their use of undead and their lack of any sort of serious religious involvement.
Mm-hmm.
They've also had quite a few situations where cults have gotten into power because of the nation's lack of response when it comes to the use of undead.
Gotcha.
But you're as you go through this in your mind and you kind of settle into Karnath, she looks over to you, gives you a small sort of corner of the mouth smile, and just says, Well, it is quite a search to find.
You just cut out really bad there.
Yeah,
Oh,
okay.
okay,
I
let
wasn't
me-
the one that didn't hear any of that.
Yep, when I do that kind of voice, I need to switch to push talk. Because my mic does not like to pick it up. Alright.
Mike's racist.
It's too hot to handle.
Well, it has been quite a search to find you. Very difficult. For that, I must give you my respect. But we must talk.
And who are you?
Many names, many faces. But this one, well, my name is something you may learn. For
Aw.
now, I must know if you are who I think you are. You see, about 6 months ago, I was sent some information about a certain person to be on the lookout for. Someone who would be operating closely with some of our other agents. 5 months ago, I am told that this person is dead. Presumed dead. And now, these last few months, you start popping up with a curious individual by your side, who leads me in all my wonderful knowledge to believe you might be the person I was told to look out for. So, let us skip the pleasantries. Are you who I think you are, or are you someone who is just borrowing a persona?
Might be. Why are you looking for me?
Simple curiosity. I was told to look out for something, and then I was told to no longer look out for it. You see, in my business, having these things pop up and come back to life, as it were, is bad business. I can't have you running around and jeopardizing things that you do not know you are jeopardizing. So if you are part of us, which I assume you are because, well, to be frank, you lingered a little too long on the symbol for me to not assume you know about it.
Oh, that was the trap.
I presume you are who I think you are. Or if not, you are someone who should not leave this room alive because you know too much.
So then I can assume I can assume you're here to kill me? Is that fair?
Only if things cannot go more amicably. You see, I'm curious how you are still alive. What you went through and why I was told to just assume you are dead. Why your previous patron was so quick to write you off.
Sorry, just looking at one of my
Combat abilities.
No. Darn it.
I use Eldritch Shotgun. Oh. All your psychic whisper stands.
Yeah.
Which would be a good habit to put on every morning.
I know. Can I see any people outside of my room? Like, is there a window in my room I would be able to see out of and see someone?
So there is a window. Seeing someone in specific from this high would be difficult. You can make people out, but you're not quite certain if any of them are people you know.
Oh, I'm not
I'd
looking
say
for someone I know.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
looking for person. Can I see
Oh, yeah.
a person?
Yeah, there's plenty of guards stationed around the sort of complex that makes up the inner city.
So
block.
I'm going to use my Psychic Whispers, which I can choose one or more creatures I can see up to a number of creatures equal to my proficiency bonus, and roll a psionic energy die for how many hours. I'm basically going to tell that guard that I go into the mind of, I'm going to quickly explain, hey, this is who I am, which I'm assuming it's a guard. They're going to know who I am. Go get Gizik, Clunk, and Gurgi and just kind of be ready, because this could go badly. And just kind of explain somewhat.
Okay.
Help.
For the sake of not inducing an absolute fuck ton of chaos, we'll skip over the point where he tries to figure out who you are and why you're in his head.
God,
Just a
why
guard
does
in the
God need
background.
help?
Oh yeah, absolutely. There's definitely like a small freak out that happens down in the like pavilion below, but after probably about a minute, he kind of gathers his shit and goes to find who you told him to.
Yeah, and obviously I'm not letting that person in front of me know I've done this.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's just within you that you can see.
Yep.
You can get a number of people
Fantastic.
too.
Yep.
You only get to know one guy?
And I'm just gonna kind of run interference, get as much info out of this person about why they're here, what's gonna go, what does it mean for things to go amicably, like.
Okay.
You just stall for time.
Yeah, I'm stalling for time.
You're being an asshole.
Okay. Well, I've rolled his ability to go find them, and I'll let you know when they show up.
Okay.
4
However,
hours
in
of
this
awkward
moment-
conversation
apparently.
later.
Yeah.
For this specific moment, go ahead and continue as you were. What would be your response to what she does?
To basically where she's potentially here to kill me unless things go amicably.
Okay. She will respond and say, amicably just means that we come to an understanding. Like I said, I'll be honest, I do not have the time nor the patience to deal and dispose of whatever violence you wish to inflict. My curiosity is more important to me right now. You know us. We deal in information. I'm not here for violence.
Yeah. So you're just curious about me and how I got here, hey?
What she said.
Let me explain slightly. The symbol you saw, that is my symbol. The symbol that signifies the highest power in the region for our company. I am the highest inquisitive of Dargun and Rukandropot. Dargun, moreover. The person you are more familiar with, the spider, she controls the city, a shard. Now, to make an implication, we are not necessarily friends. We are not necessarily allies. We are more competitors. You see, the better I do, the worse she looks. The better she does, the worse I look, and so on with all of our operatives. But I am curious if you are simply here to fuck me over.
So
That's
close to a
mood
good time
change.
there.
Bow, 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 bow.
The information I was given, the information I have since uncovered myself, I am not certain as to what the story is behind you being here. Behind your severance from your former patron, and where we stand. I admit I'm curious as to what the goblin creature is that you travel with as well, but that is more of a minor point.
Spies can't just die and then resurface with information inside them.
I'm more just here of my own free will. I'm not I don't intend on having anything to do with your I don't intend to mess you up any of your jobs. If I do that, it's not on purpose. But
I'm done with them.
Yeah. I'm moving on. I'm not
Curious. You know, I must say, defectors are strangely uncommon from the Tyrants. A curious situation, though. If you do not mind, why is it that you are leaving? Was the pay not good enough?
You had a child.
That's more correct than it should be.
Let's just say I'm not happy with some of the outcomes that came about due to some of my actions.
You had a child. It was awkwardly one of the outcomes.
I hate that that's so accurate. Holy hell. Anyway, you see her kind of, her eyes flash a little bit. You definitely have her attention with this. And she kind of leans in a little bit, and to kind of an uncomfortable extent, you get a peek at a very, what you would assume would be enticing for most people angle. But she just says,
"Oh,
La Booba."
Yeah. So there was some falling out of one of your jobs then. Was it the one that you were presumed dead on then? I've looked into this. I've heard that there was, let's say, some level of violence. But normally, I must say it is kind of unusual for someone to shy away from these. But let me be slightly more clear. I do not hold this against you. I feel the very same. I do not enjoy the violence aspect of some of the things we do.
clunk, duh."
But if you are okay with it, please continue to explain.
Sorry, just thinking of what I want to say next. Whether I want how.
All right. About this time, you hear, like, in the back of your mind, just this slightly confused thoughts of this individual who clearly does not know how to change and limit what his thoughts are versus what he's transmitting. And you do, after like a little bit of rambling, hear that he has found one of the party members.
Perfect. That's good.
Which one?
Which one?
Given the ease that it would take to find him, probably Gizik.
Yeah.
It makes sense. I probably
All
don't
you
move
have to
around
do
all that
is
much.
go to the shop.
Where's
Yeah.
Gizit? At Gizit's shop. Who's in Gizit's shop? Gizit!
You want me to find some gizzard somewhere? No!
Yeah.
Where's the king? In his castle! He lives
Yeah.
there.
I'll let you know, man. The roles that this gent has had have not been good.
Poor lad.
This is the dice I'm using.
I would probably let. I would let her know that yes, me not having anything to do with the spider had to do with my last job, and how. But I wouldn't I would not let her really know about Clunk. Like, I wouldn't say that he came from there. I wouldn't say, and I'd kind of just be like, well, I got caught in the crossfire as well, and was like, okay, that's enough.
Perfect, okay. So keeping vague about the specific job details, but basically informing her the fallout that you're kind of running from was because of information from this job that eventually came back to bite you.
Yeah.
Okay. With that, she nods slowly and says, "My poor child, I understand how this can be traumatizing. I've been in that scenario, unfortunately. The spider is less than careful sometimes. When the money is high enough, sometimes they are blinded by profits. Now, as for your dealings here and mine, where they overlap, keep an eye out for the symbol. Stay away from it. If you wish a true cut, then I will not drag you back in.
Fair.
But if you would like some work and a contact from the old life, possibly some road back in under a patron that is less greedy, come find me.
Stay out of my freaking business. Oh, you want to come back to work?
Yeah, that's literally, it's I'll let, as long as you stay out of my business, I'll leave you alone. But
so we'll be seeing her again.
Oh, we're definitely seeing her again.
We'll be like raiding some enemy camp and it's just have a flag with their symbol on top. Ah, crap.
Oh crap. Just accidentally overlook that little detail. No, but she stands and gives you kind of like, puts a hand on your shoulder and just says, as I said, just remember, some of us are not so blinded by greed. Some of us are still invested in helping our kind.
Do I get a name?
Well, you can call me the Siren.
Hey, well.
And if you are too intent on looking for me and information, just remember this particular, she kind of gestures towards her body, this particular face is not my own. This is one I simply borrowed. Someone who annoyed me.
Of course, that's the way it is, right?
Indeed. Indeed. Yes, this one was particularly crass. You know how Canadians are.
And that basically yep. Okay. Gotcha.
As I said, stay out of it if you want to stay out of it. But if you want a road back in, I will treat you well. And with that, she walks out of the room.
Okay.
And as she turns the corner, again, you see just the faintest shift in her form.
Of course.
It shrinks.
Yep.
Down into what you presume to be a goblin. Which,
Just Jeff jump scaring me in chat.
Probably about like 30 seconds after she leaves, Giz would probably walk up the stairs and come to your door.
And I'll open it, and of course there's gonna be nothing in there at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Oi. Yep.
So
now
this
it's...
really confused guard told me to come here. Still not exactly sure why.
Let's just say, old life came back for a moment and it could have gone bad.
Yeah.
Because they know that I had, like, they know I was a spy at some point, because I've told them when we were with,
House Demir or whatever, right?
Nope.
No, not House Demir?
Nope.
Nope.
No, something else? Oh, okay.
Yeah, something
Yeah,
else.
she mentioned, I think the exact extent she mentioned it to was she was a spy who infiltrated into an operation into the Mornland.
Yeah.
In the whole... I think you actually in that group mentioned that it was in association with the thing that brought Clunk to life.
Yeah.
The what, sorry?
With the thing that brought Clunk to life.
Yeah, the Warforged place that blew up.
Yeah.
That's why they assumed you were dead? Kaboom!
Yes, that's why they assumed I was dead.
Yeah, because no one else lived. Everyone in that factory except for you two was dead.
Died. Yeah.
That factory doesn't exist anymore because the people who blew it up came back and demolished it.
But yeah, so it was just, there was someone in here who I couldn't really just go. I wanted to get the information I could, but I didn't want to be stuck in a fight with this person if it came to that.
One backup.
Yeah.
Alright, so I'm assuming they left?
Yeah, they headed out a minute or two ago.
Man, it's a shame you didn't tell me any characteristics like how sexy they were, because only one person would come to mind.
El Booba.
Oh.
El Booba. The Booba
Not so
woman
certain
of mystery.
that would have mattered.
Yeah, exactly, but like... how would you know, but it would.
How fucking hilarious would it be though? Somebody walked in and somebody like, yeah, this person from my old life just came back and like they were giving me information, and your first question is, how sexy were they?
Yeah. Trust me, it's relevant. How hot was your friend?
Oh, that's good.
I guess the other thing that I would like to try to be doing is trying to build up trust with Haruk. So, well, yeah.
Interesting.
Just because then it's like if it ever does come out that I'm a changeling, it should hopefully lessen the
Okay. Fair.
consequences potentially.
Yeah. As for this specific scene, about another 5 minutes later, Gurgi and Klung arrive roughly at the same time. Also confused, but the confused guard is with them. And like he kind of shuffles in and like just says, "I found him. Can you take take this off of me now?"
And I'll let it go.
All right.
And as he leaves, I'm gonna cast Friends on him.
God damn it.
And just, I don't know. I'm gonna go for an intimidation. I'm just gonna be like, ah!
Boo!
Yeah, really, just boo!
Go ahead and roll intimidation.
With it. That's not at all what that's designed for. 22!
Yeah, he rolled a 3.
That's a good
literally
friend.
pleased.
He's already like so done. He just didn't have the willpower to resist the check.
A minute later, he's like, that bitch!
You just hear it from out the window. Oh, what the fuck?
Oh, I thought that was clever though. Just random person. Random
Go get
guard.
help.
Go get help.
Let's do go get help. Picks up.
The poor guard.
Oh boy.
He knows what he signed up for.
I'll explain to Clunk and Gurgi kind of what went on, and again going over past life. Yeah.
Insert dumbass comment here.
I like how we've gotten to this point. We could probably just Mad Libs and still get most of Clunk's general point across.
You know, as we were setting this game up, I said to Curse, I said, I don't think I ever want to roleplay any other character type again. Like, then my next character I'd probably want to do is just like a dumb barbarian. Because, I mean, frick, if you don't have a DM that's like looking for blood, you're not going to get yourself like instantly killed.
Yeah.
I think because when I first started really playing, I made crazy characters like this, and not to derail anything, not to like dick around, but just for fun. And then I had DMs that were like, oh, well, your dude dies from that. And I was like, oh, okay. So stop making them. Now I'm making crackpots again.
Crackpots. Oh, I mean, there's one thing we know about Clunk. It's he finds crack.
Quite literally.
And I brought a pot.
Hey. All right. So,
So heavy.
let's transition into, I believe, Gurgi. Finish up with Gurgi.
Yeah.
So what is Gurgi's downtime? Oh wait, you mentioned he's just doing sharpshooter. Oh yeah, that's the end of downtime. I forgot. That was just the last little like story point that I wanted to touch on. So downtime is indeed done. Everybody, I hope you've marked down everything, and let's jump into the last bit. So, as you awake on the first day of the new year, the morning glow of the sun casting a warm light in through your rooms. There's a cool breeze that accompanies it, leaving a slight chill in the air. Out the window through the morning light, you do see a glittering of the first kind of snow of the year, as a sort of loose powder begins to coat the rooftops and a sludge begins to appear in the streets. As you all awake, you're met with the warm sense of a very familiar, at this point, breakfast coming from the lower quarters.
Time to kill another man.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, how many men has Clunk killed with tea leaves?
I feel like people just don't join our table anymore.
That's more or less the way it's gone.
Yeah, that would make sense.
The mortality rate's just
not
too
because
high.
they
It's just
don't
not
like
safe.
us, but just because they're scared.
It's not safe.
They'll be next.
As you all gather up outside your rooms on the 5th floor and make your way down, the sort of personal dining hall that you guys have been using for most of your meals is on the 3rd floor. And as you enter there, there's no tables set up on the side. Sorry, there are tables set up on the side, but there's no food in there. And one of the goblinoids at a table nearby just mentions that it's down in the Great Hall. And you make your way down to the Great Hall. The 1st floor, which is normally sort of the throne hall where Haruk addresses people, has great gatherings, so on and so forth.
Has great gatherings. Yeah, it was a pretty good gathering. I would even call it great.
Oh, like that. Anyway, as you all make your way down into the Great Hall, the scent becomes overwhelming as you get the salty sense of fried, smoked, cured, and other various flame-cooked meats. Under that, you get the sense of grains, potatoes, eggs, various fruits and vegetables from across the nations. This puts all of the other breakfasts that you've had, puts all of the other breakfasts you've had so far to shame, which is amazing because Clunk is used to eating whatever he finds in the trash.
Sometimes
And
the trash bin itself.
Clunk is goat confirmed.
Is what? Sorry?
Is a goat confirmed.
A
However, even for the rest of you, this is a meal and a setup unlike anything any of you have ever seen before. Even in the great cities, this is unheard of. This is an entire great hall filled with tables lined with a variety of meats, a variety of various fruits, vegetables, variety of cooked foods in the forms of like grains, potatoes, eggs, all kinds of different foods that have been gathered here and set out for everyone. And the hall is crowded and loud. Lots of chattering, lots of goblinoids that make their way through with platters and various forms of disarray. Some of them are nice plates. Occasionally you see one walk through with just kind of a slab of wood he picked up off the ground outside. The very obvious mishmash of the society here. As you walk in, though, Haruk sees you and kind of walks up to you and, despite the noise, cuts through with his very loud voice and just says, grab whatever you want and head up to the private room. I'll meet you up there in a while.
All right.
Oh my god. Grab whatever you want.
We're gonna get to fuck Lord Haruk.
No, that's not what I meant.
I can't wait. All right.
Grab whatever you want. Grabs his ass.
Meat's back on the menu today, boys.
You know, I gotta say, this is a welcome turn of the over-sexualization of NPCs. I'm okay with this.
You just gotta do it to the really important kins. They don't wear those wigs for nothing.
Oh dear.
I think puns aside, Clunk would grab an actual chair and just bring it. Grab a seat, okay.
Fantastic. Clunk takes a chair.
Are you gonna gnaw on it?
Quite, yes.
No.
Like there's teeth
Go ahead,
marks.
Choco.
There's a lot. Oh no. I thought it was something really bad. Well, I guess I could just pull that up on this one. There's a reason
why Clunk calls him Daddy. Daddy! Totally ruined.
Yeah.
The term itself is ruined.
Oh yeah, 100%. The internet
Big time.
took that word with it a long time ago.
Into the hell of which it belongs. Damn.
Anyway, for the sake of time, you all can load your plates with whatever you find appetizing or curious about, or you are curious about.
Yeah, I'll
And,
grab Haruk's
make your way up.
sausage. His girthy meat. Sorry, I'm done.
Oh no.
Anywho, you all make your way upstairs, back into the sort of private dining hall. And as you enter, there's still some chatter in here. It's a little more crowded than you're used to. There's most of the tables are taken up. There's obviously the great table at the very head of the room. There's the tables on the sides of the room that have that are more like serving bars that have drinks and some smaller things, cutlery and minor things on them right now, as well as tea leaves. But as for the tables themselves, there are two tables available. One is closer to the great. I need to get that word out of my vocabulary for a little bit. There is one table closer to the head table, which is a large, rectangular table where currently there are 3 hobgoblins, all dressed in very nice, traditional armors, finery, and things like that. There's one human who is dressed very immaculately in fine clothes, nice robes over it, and a very fine cloak. And along with them, there is a no, she'd be here for this. So there's a goblin in a hood who you are all familiar with. The one being the spy that Haruk employs primarily.
Oh yeah, okay.
But she's seated at the great table. Great table, fuck, at the head table, and she herself is actually sort of sitting off in the corner on her own, avoiding the other three, the other three members that are sitting there. And this is all the small court. Every one of these is on the small court. Haruk's personal advisors.
Who's does he have a new person yet?
He does not.
Huh. Probably not the best time to add someone right now.
Yeah, especially when you know that the people who are trying to fuck you over are trying to insert their own person.
Yeah.
He should
That
totally
would
have
track.
a duel after the gathering, and the person who wins can be like the personal bodyguard / just show that they're the most willing to serve.
Interesting. All right. However, as you enter, that's the head table. At two of the other tables are relatively minor people. There's a couple hobgoblin guards at one table who are just sort of eating quietly and conversing with each other. There's in the middle table, in the very middle of the room, there's a series of two goblins in cloaks, hoods down right now as they're eating and talking quietly to each other, and then one bugbear with them who's talking with them occasionally, but they don't seem to be very invested in whatever the bugbear's saying. They seem to just mostly be ignoring him and talking to each other. And at the last table is a familiar group of hobgoblins who are prone to heart attacks, apparently.
Interesting.
And they're being fairly rowdy. And as you walk in, it takes about 30 seconds for you to recognize that they're having a drinking game with whatever morning ale they've found.
Oh no.
Oh my god, I'm joining that. I put my chair down.
As Clunk approaches, one of them spots you, kind of nudges the other two, they look at you, and all of them immediately get quiet, put their drinks down, stand up, and leave.
Yeah. Unspoken declared victory. That you just walked in and they're like, "Oh, we lose. Got it."
Clunk would honestly probably just feel he'd put the chair down and sit where they were and just kind of pout.
Are we gonna have to bribe people to play games?
Die!
With no, not die. I never said that. To play games with Clunk. Obviously, they're not gonna.
There's a difference?
That far.
Are we sure that part is obvious?
So what you're saying is you need to hire a babysitter.
Yes.
Oh wow. This whole Clunk is a child bit has definitely gone farther than I expected.
I have no pride. I'm not hurt by this. This is fun.
However, the room does get remarkably quieter with those three gone, so you all have free access to pick wherever you want to sit, whether you're closer to the head table or further away.
The great table.
Okay, where's
I'll sit
Haruk?
closer to the head table.
Haruk is not in the room right now.
Where's his seat? Does he have a bigger seat?
Not in here.
Oh no.
No, he doesn't typically use this dining hall. The last time, 4 days you've been here, he came in once to converse with the small council and you all, and then he left. The rest of the 3 days you've been here, he hasn't actually come in here. He doesn't come to this room very often.
Yeah,
this is made specifically for the dignitaries.
Gotcha.
I guess I'd go where the rest of the party is and sit next to them. Say if the other three members got 3 seats, I would pick one outside and just kind of shove my chair in there,
Mm-hmm.
and just sit down, bumping into whoever is there.
Perfect.
Okay, where's Haruk?
Haruk is not in the room right now. Where's his seat?
Oh,
Like not aggressively, just like absent-mindedly.
He's here now.
Hello. Clunk.
Yep, perfect. So let's say for a table, where are we planning on sitting?
I'm probably gonna sit up as close to the head as I can muster.
Okay. Yeah, there's one table. So the table layout is there's one head table at the head of the room, 2 tables, 1 table in the middle, and then 2 more tables at the very bottom of the room. I can pull up the little thing for it right here.
What was our map? Oh, perfect. I see a stick man.
Gurgi will drink with you.
Hey.
Yeah.
Gurgi
That's
will
the sort
die
of
today.
symbol. All right.
Oh, that's the symbol.
Yeah, I was gonna say
The
that.
circle with an upside down U kind of gives the vague humanoid shape, and then inside the head is where you're familiar with seeing a spider, which is sort of just a line with 8 legs peeling off around the head. This one had a treble clef in the middle.
Yep.
Anywho,
Yeah, after
let me pull
Shoko
this
said that just sit next to and say I'll drink with you, bud. And so I'll just be like, okay, and I just like there's whatever drink there is, I double fist.
That sounds about right. Drugs and alcohol don't affect you as harshly.
Occupied by 3 goblinoids. Is there room at the main table?
Say again?
Is there room at the main table?
I'm confused.
Like to sit. Like,
At the head table.
Oh. Yes, technically there is, because let me mark out where the people are. So right here, you have the human, and then 2 hobgoblins. And then over here is where the goblin is sitting. And then there's space.
Yeah, alright. I'll sit
And all
down at
those
the
spots.
main table.
Alright.
Sure.
Oh yeah.
I'll let Gurgi take care of Clunk for breakfast.
Perfect.
Yeah. Being the people
Where-
that nearly single-handedly, undermined the entire betrayal. If anyone has anything to say about us sitting at the main table, I got words to say too.
Yeah.
I will sit here though, so that I am close
Sit
to
where?
Clunk and them.
Oh yeah.
Beside the goblin.
Yeah, I'm right here.
Okay. You know what? Just for the sake of it, you can drag your tokens where you want to be.
Sweet.
Make it a little easier to track.
I don't see the tokens.
Pull it from your guy.
How does that work
That's
again?
right.
I can do so.
Oh yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
how do you... Oh, there. Nope. I'm having issues doing it.
Yeah, and I feel
How
like
do you do that?
at least
How do you do it?
here.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Oh,
Got Jeff to...
Oh, as for health points on all these, make sure you take your long rest. This is
Oh, yeah.
after the 3rd day. So
I forgot
Yeah.
to
take your full long rest and everything.
get on my phone.
Shoko, where's Gurgi?
Terracotta. Oh.
Okay, I think that should be good.
Yeah, I went pretty bad on my health.
Well, considering she said that. Bang. Probably right there, I assume.
Don't forget to do thank you.
Oh, I don't know if I rolled for Vic to get more health. I think I did. So he used to have 20. Yeah, I think he did. He's got 26 now.
Alright, cool. So, as you all come to the head table, there's no words that are spoken directly, but as you sit around and kind of crowd around the goblin, She looks up at all of you and kind of rolls her eyes slightly, especially seeing how close Clunk is. The ones at this end of the table kind of scooch around. This hobgoblin comes down and sits over here. Gets up and walks away a little bit, and there's some glares from the hobgoblins, but there is a straight up like death stare from the human who's just staring daggers at Clunk.
Probably because he tried to burn her up.
Sorry, what?
Twice.
Who is this?
No, this is the human.
Yes.
Not the enemy human.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah. This is a
Some other human.
the head the head of House Deneath in the local area.
Oh. Hello.
Yeah, this is the person that could be one of the 12 most powerful people in the world in their lifetime if they so chose to. Currently, they're just, a really powerful magic caster who also happens to control the largest house with all of the influence in this nation.
Yeah.
All good. Don't worry about it.
Why does she hate Clunk again?
This human is a he, and they hate Clunk specifically because Clunk ruined their breakfast like 3 days ago.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh,
And we're
right.
here to do it again.
Except this time we're at the same table.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I wave at her like just like not picking up on the social cue. Just hi.
Wait, let me double check that just to be sure. I might be misremembering.
There were a lot of people, a lot of suits that I annoyed with that.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure they were present though.
Yes. Kira is a female, so this is a female human. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
She.
Okay. She.
Thank you for saying that. I'm glad I checked that because I almost fucked that up. Yeah, this is High Curator Kira de Deneath.
Oh.
I
Yeah,
remember
dragon mark.
these.
Yeah. So you're used to dragon marks at this point. You've seen them on most of your contacts with House Deneath, and normally they're like a half sleeve kind of thing that has been built up. Sometimes a full sleeve. This person has the dragon mark has taken such influence over them where they have a little bit kind of peeking up their neckline at the collar, all over both arms, and you can't see it obviously, but you'd imagine it probably covers most of the torso as well. This is a very, very powerful incarnation of this.
Oh, that actually would be such a cool thing to homebrew too. Is looking at like the house or the dragon mark like weird races you can kind of start as, and just upcasting the heck out of it.
Yep.
Like giving them all those spells and just like, oh, that's so cool. Actually, yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, this dragon mark is probably the most powerful you've seen. Like, this is a person that is very in tune with the ways of magic. And especially with the mark of binding, I think is their house.
Binding.
Finding.
Finding.
Mark of
Okay.
binding. Ooh.
It's what makes them such great bounty hunters.
Yeah. I was thinking
Isn't
like
Mark of
binding in like a
Finding-
demon
that's-
sense.
Mark of
Binding is
Finding
Thrash.
Yeah, that's the one with like the half orcs, right?
Yes. Deneath is the mark of the Sentinel.
Of the what?
Sentinel.
Uh,
Yep. Sorry, they're not bounty hunters. Thrash are bounty hunters. These are mercenaries. They're much more respected.
fair.
Very powerful version of the mark of the Sentinel, which gives her access to a lot of fucking spells. Holy shit. Some good ones. Alright. Good to know. Anywho, yeah. So she's currently eating and staring daggers at Clunk, and the goblin sitting next to Clunk like catches the glare, traces it over to Clunk, and starts encouraging Clunk to drink more.
The goblin does not like the human.
My man.
Yeah,
And that will immediately, Clunk will probably like that goblin now.
Oh yeah, and that immediately procures results, and Clunk will
Oh yeah.
double fist and not breathe and not eat. He's not eating anymore. He's just drinking.
So Senan and Giz, you're on the right side of this, and both of you, I assume, have a decent enough perception to see that she is going toe-to-toe with Clunk in the ways of drinking, but she is dumping everything out onto the floor behind her at an angle where Clunk can't see. The goblin right beside you.
Oh.
It's remarkable that this little goblin can keep up with you when you literally killed a hobgoblin like 3 days ago. Because it couldn't keep up with you. I think Clunk would probably be impressed.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, there's a small stream that's forming under the table.
Just a little.
Anywho,
That's alcohol.
About this time, Haruk walks in with a kind of moderately sized plate for. I like the little addition of the puddle. Anyway, with a moderately sized plate, and comes and sits probably next to you, Giz. It's the closest spot.
Hell yeah.
Does he notice the puddle of ale?
Yeah, he definitely notices the puddle of ale. He probably steps in it, looks down, looks up, and kind of gauges what's going on, and just walks away.
He just sees Clunk in proximity and just nods to himself.
Pretty much.
I deal with this.
He heads over to the open seat next to you, Giz. Sets his plate down, and before he sits down, he walks around the table to the two hobgoblins, giving them a firm clasp on the shoulder, sign of respect. And to the human, he does the same, but it's a lot more awkward. He's not sure if the humans respect this gesture or if it's just kind of annoying.
Oh, yeah, okay.
He does it anyway. It's just it's a lot more stiff and awkward with her. He says something quietly to the three of them that Giz would probably pick up on, and it's just a very quiet apology for the company.
Oh no. Okay.
Before he returns to sit next to you, Giz.
I'm going to pretend like I didn't overhear that.
Yep. As he sits down, he kind of makes a weird, small little hand gesture, and the other tables in the room,
Clear.
They leave. Everyone kind of sees it, and they don't leave very quickly. They kind of finish what they're doing, grab their plates, clean up a little bit, and then they all leave. Within 5 minutes, the room is empty. Except for you all.
The hand gesture is just he holds up his middle finger to the rest of the room.
It was more of a wave, but sure.
They all just slowly, awkwardly, I guess we should leave.
Oh man, Dad's mad. Anywho, he lets Clunk and Roz go at it a little longer before he eventually holds his hand up, and Roz kind of puts the ale mug that she had just refilled down without dumping it. She kind of glares at you and is a little mad that she had to stop, but isn't gonna get into it with the toddler.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, you never have. You got to be careful when you argue with a toddler about your drinking competition. You gotta be careful around the topic of alcohol. And I mean, losing to one drink.
Yeah, you don't want to let the toddler drink you under the table because that'll go to their head.
I feel like thick or not, Clunk at this point would get on that people are like, oh, I should stop and put it down. and he's wearing probably half a pint on
Oh,
like,
probably.
soaked into his chest
Like,
and armor.
Sennin is getting the worst of it, but the entire half of the table definitely smells like alcohol right now.
Yep.
I can clean that.
I don't like when you say
How? How? Sennin asks, how?
Kaboom!
No.
I'm kidding. Prestidigitation.
Okay.
Yeah, alcohol
Nothing's
burns.
freaking
If you
about
let it
to
on fire,
flambe
it goes
up the
away.
room.
Oh, sorry. What was that, Zero?
This dead man's over here about to flambe half the room.
Flambe. Whoosh. No, yeah, I'll prestidigitation, clean up.
All right.
Zoe! Just little magical circle.
Perfect. Oh
I
dear.
feel
All
like
right.
aesthetically, just sorry, real quick. A lot of my spells, whether demonic or not, would have almost like a fiendish little flame. Like prestidigitation, a lot of them can be flames. So even with that, it might seem like it's kind of like steaming out the.
Oh yeah.
Smell of brimstone, maybe.
I dig that.
You,
Yeah, I
you
like
hear
it.
some slurping sounds as the alcohol disappears.
Yeah. This Eldritch horror somewhere is just getting lit.
Thirst of
Sorry
Hadar.
guys, I gotta get Cthulhu drunk real quick. Trying to hit that later, you know. Anyway, back into it. As this side of the table chills the hell out, he largely just converses with the other side, just kind of blatantly ignoring all of you until things cool the fuck out. But he does so in a way that doesn't make it obvious that he's ignoring you to anyone, I think, except Giz. And it's only because Giz has a fairly high wisdom and understands what's happening here.
Yeah. Especially as someone that's probably trying to be as not part of it as possible for someone part of it.
But the meal goes along, and the conversation you all over here is largely mundane. It's talk of borders. It's talk of issues amongst the ranks of these two hobgoblins clans. Talks of specifically some housing issues that they were having recently. Just some border disputes over who's taking over the newly opened campsite. But it's largely just informational. It's not really like they're asking for Haruk's input on it, just sort of informing him of what's going on.
Gotcha.
The human is largely quiet. She's just taking in her tea, eating, and listening. As your side of the table cleans up, he kind of addresses the whole table now and just says, "Today is going to be a very important day. This evening we've got a lot that's going to be put in motion. Now, to the council members here," and he kind of individually nods at each of them and says, "Before we have dining with us today are sort of honorary members of the council for the time being.
Woo.
They did
just whee!
They did a very good thing for our city. They helped us quite a bit with a problem that none of us seem to know is happening. So for that, we're gonna give them some of the respect that they deserve. Now in the future, we have a lot of things that we've got to get going on. So for that, that's why we're meeting here today. You all, don't get me wrong, as much as I admire your advice, I don't think you're good at giving it. I think you're more useful out there kicking ass, taking names, capturing people, apparently. You're really good at that one.
Yay.
Yeah, we seem to have a good amount of luck with that.
So you seem. Now, I don't want to spoil any of the joy that comes later from hearing the great speech, but to save us a little time and not have to re-meet on this tomorrow, we have some options of some things that are going to be put in motion. That's where I'm meeting with you all today, is to figure out where you four will be best used.
Mm-hmm.
He nods to Raz. Raz has informed me that through some of the information we've got, it's obvious, especially with prisoners we've got, that Breland has had some form of hand in this. And as much as they'll deny it publicly, the King of Breland has definitely got some influence over what happened 3 days ago.
Huh.
It was his spy that was present. It was a lot of correspondence and materials that was shipped from Breland. Some problems to worry about. Now, as I said, we can't openly attack them right now because, well, there's the Treaty of Thronehold. If we break that, we're going to basically make ourselves a pariah. Now, Raz has come up with a few options of plans that might make it a little more of a grey area, let's say. Now, to put it simply, without openly declaring a conflict, Breland has positioned some strategic materials in place along the borders that we share. If we could entice these installments to attack first, then we have a little more of a free reign to do what we want inside their borders.
Oh, okay.
We're gonna go aggro them. Clunk's good for that.
Yeah, no kidding.
If you say that out loud, he actually nods. Yeah. Like,
yeah, out loud. I'm good at pissing people off. There's the actual role play of that.
Yep. He nods and says, "Nah, that's what I thought for you, 100%."
Yeah.
Actually, if I'm being perfectly honest, it was Raz. Raz suggested you. Something about you trying to burn her alive.
When did? Oh, was that the?
That was in the tent.
Ah.
Now, this is an option, but honestly, this option might be a little premature right now. We've got other things to worry about, particularly with, let's say, our political standings. Where we stand in the world right now, and he nods towards the human, according to our allies with House and Eve, is, well, not the greatest. Nobody likes goblins. You know how it is. However, the houses, the only thing they seem to not like more than goblins is each other. So if we could rouse some aid from various houses, we might be able to protect our standings in other countries a little better. The other option is the nations themselves are a bit fragile right now. If we were to openly attack or even retaliate with Breland, if we can get him to fire the first shot, as it were. The other option is, if we do so and politically put ourselves in a position of power, we could insinuate that it's a bad idea to aid Breland here. Now, it would be a fairly major bluff, I'll be honest. I don't think we can handle more than one country at a time, even with our full strength. But there's a possibility it could work. The best choice, in my personal opinion, is to shore up our alliances with other nations first. Now, I've had some dealings with Drone. The people in power there are quite respectable. easy to do business with. Another group of ostracized people who've been put under the boot of men. The demon wastes, they're a little chaotic for my taste, but they could definitely cause some chaos.
I perk up at that the mention of demon waves. Where are those ones? No, I actually have like a little sub goal. I'm supposed to go there and meet someone.
Yep. The Shadow Marchers. The Shadow Marchers and Drome have a tenuous relationship, but if we could get them to work out their dealings and have both of those nations on our side and marching on Breland at the same time as us, now that would be a very, very dangerous look for any nations who wish to get involved.
Oh, there's Breland. Oh yeah, because we'd freaking flank Breland if we took some. If we brought.
Yeah, take the war from two sides, sandwich them. Yeah.
Indeed. So with Breland, their closest allies. With Breland, their closest
goblins.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, big time. Well, yeah, Drome, just for a brief overlook, Drome is mostly monstrous races. Drome is where most of the dragon's blood is manufactured by monstrous races of like Oni, ogres. Various goblinoids do take up residence there, and some of the more, let's say, unaligned types definitely camp out there. But hags, there are actually, I think the nation is actually run by 3 hags, a coven of hags.
Oh.
But the Shadow Marches, very similar situation, but the Shadow Marches and Drome have a weird tenuous relationship where they both think they're the better, like, evil society. In the marches as well, you do find a lot more of like the lizard folk and individuals who find themselves more swamp acclimatized, whereas Drome has a little bit more of a sort of barren, hilly vibe. So, with Breland, I think the way to handle them, if they do give us the opening, is probably to ostracize them. Now, as much as Frayne and Breland clash, if we were to march on Breland today, Frayne would take the opportunity to expand her borders and, you know, take whatever of Dargoon they split up. Same with Vondair, but Breland and Frayne especially have a very tense relationship. A lot of fighting along their borders in the Great War. Things we can possibly use to levy the nations against each other. But my main concern currently is inside our borders currently, in Dargoon. We are ununified. There's the tribes of the mountains, the various clans that seem to war over the land outside of Rukundrol, and the biggest thorn in our side right now, the heirs of Dakan. Now, they don't have too big of a foothold inside our nation yet, but they're organized, they're zealous, and quite frankly, they've spent the last 4,000 years practicing just for this occasion. I don't want to fight them. Whatever bad blood there was between us in this particular instance, I'd rather find a peaceful option. Now, you see the 2 hobgoblins especially get very tense at this mention, and he takes notice and nods at them and just says, now I might not be popular of his opinion. My mindset is if we could assimilate them into our own armies, we would be a force to be reckoned with. Yeah. I don't see that happening. The heirs of Dakan are too proud. What I see more likely is a alliance, an option of peace between us until the other nations are dealt with.
Monkeys together strong.
Yeah.
And he nods towards you, Giz, and says, now, you're more familiar than I am with them, but if that's a peace you could possibly broker, it's an option.
I'm not sure my standing will offer me much favor with them, but I can offer my experience to play some chips in our favor, maybe.
He nods and just says, that's all I'm asking for. If we can get them at a negotiation table, that's more than I expect. So, now lastly, our neighbour, Zalaga. I don't necessarily find them very threatening. They're a bunch of, how do you call them, researchers. Lots of magical artifact workers and things of that nature. Nothing too violent. The standing army is almost a joke. But if we could broker some peace there as well, we might have a good chance of taking Breland without any interference. Now, if Zilago were to start supplying Breland with some of their, let's call it, artifacts, we might have a bigger problem. But that leads me to my final option of what you all could possibly do. Artifacts, knowledge, powerful items, and magical weapons. He turns directly towards Seddon and says, now you're very familiar, both of you, he gestures towards Clunk as well, with where I'm speaking of. The Mournland holds many secrets. Old Seer has quite a few that I think have not been uncovered yet. Now don't get me wrong, it's violent, it's dangerous, it's not a fun trip, but if we could find another factory and make more of him, make them better, make them stronger. If you could even find one of those colossi, those things could step on a city and make it gone. Now, he looks you in the eye when he says this sentence and says, now I understand your hang-ups, given what you've gone through, and I won't push this on you. But I think that would probably be the single most important benefit to a group like you right now. Benefit of a group like you right now. Someone to delve in there, someone to find what we need, return with it, something we can put into production to better our odds. Because I'll be honest, we're fighting with the equivalent of sticks right now against nations who have literal airships filled with cannons. Now, as I said, the choice is all of yours, but suggestions that we've given so far narrow down to helping us unify Dargoon. Very helpful. Taunting Breland and seeing if you can get them to break our borders and screw themselves over, really. Dive into the moorlands to return with whatever knowledge you can find. Or broker our agreements with the nations abroad. Pass through Zilago, speak with them and see if you can get them to agree to a non-violence pact. Use the travel to head over to Droam and the Shadow March to see if you can figure out their situation and get them on board. Maybe even make your way up in the Demon Wastes and see what you can do there. Now, this is all up to you, as I said. Those are our suggestions.
Alright.
Damn. So we're gonna go to war with an entire country?
Well, it's possible. If we can get Breland to openly give up, now that would be... He kind of like, you see him just His eyes glitter slightly as he just kind of pictures the perfect scenario. It's like, that would be quite nice, but the Breelish are far more stubborn than I gave them credit for. The spy we had, for example, she's not giving up a word. Now, I know she's of the Dark Lanterns because she's got the insignia, but she hasn't given up another fucking word. The other ones, they've given up everything. It's been easy. Granted, the Dark are sort of easy to manipulate when you know what drives them, but that's beside the point.
I might get to blow up a town! Yay! Like,
he grins slightly and says, well, one of the installments we're talking about in Breland is a floating fortress city that currently sits on our border.
we could just ask it to land nicely. And then when they don't, we put it down anyway.
He actually laughs at that and just says, "Now that would be impressive."
just catapult a half dozen clunks that we find in the moorland onto this floating thing. Just like it's like a old video game, like.
Oh my god! How terrifying would it be to have like a lemmings-like cult of clunks?
I shall unite the clunks. Honestly, I think even like uniting Dargoon wise, trying to instill a law of no goblin on goblin conflict, you know, our blood is thicker, we should, you know, that kind of sentiment, and trying to instill that on the populace would be awesome. That would go a long way. And yeah, any one of those missions sounds pretty awesome for Clunk. Yep. Sorry, you were saying something there, Scott. I didn't mean to cut in. I just wanted to get in my bloodlust. Just
in terms of like all of the things that we have like available to do, a couple of them in unorder sounds pretty good to me. Because I'd kind of like to travel up into...
Quick reference, that giant thing I just put on the map, that's Argonth, the floating fortress city that he's referencing.
It's not even very high. Aw.
No.
I guess it is a floating city, not a flying one.
Not a flying city.
Yes.
Punk was hoping for something airship. Airship city.
I will go ahead and just say that it is technically an airship and it can go higher, but it is used as a floating fortress. Also, the thing that's ridiculous about it, that entire front half, that is the engine that makes it work. The city is actually just that back platform.
Wow.
The entire front is what powers it.
Wow.
Yeah. It's also called Argonth. Yeah. Argonth. Argonth. It is something that they have actually never used in combat. They intended to. They got it running the week that the war ended, and now it floats along the Mournland, absolutely decimating anything that comes out of the Mournland. However, with the recent situation of Dargoon's sort of uprising, they decided to put it along those borders just to be safe.
Fair.
So, that exists somewhere in this area along this border.
Oh, yeah.
Gotcha. Well, I personally, I think I'd like to probably go check out making in the Mournland. Probably also double back. I want to look at like Seer and Metrol and the Glowing Chasm at
just do a full Holy Land tour
at some point. Yeah, so it might be nice to just take this path like around Lake Seer and then go over here, kind of get this,
Yeah.
double back, take the lightning rail down over here into Brayland, start doing some shit, and then kind of, figure out which target we want to take out from there. Because then we'll have a couple options.
Take the 3 Colossus we find that are in the shape of goblins and just march them right into Breland.
Yeah, so that'd be like my travel plan. Check out the Mournland first, see what the Colossus can do, and then worry about undermining Breland and making allies after that. Because whatever we find in the Mournland might help us in our exploits to undermine the other places.
So, to put this a little bit more in the terms of game, the Mournland is definitely an expedition for powerful gear.
Yeah.
The expedition towards Breland in the regards to like Zilargo, Droam, Shadow Marches is unifying your allies. An expedition into getting Breland to attack first would weaken Breland's stance in the view of the larger nations, and possibly also unify Droam against it.
Yeah, because I'm thinking if we go to Breland first and start like doing some stuff that can make like Thrain, Droam, and like Zilargo like a little bit wary of like what Breland is up to, then we can go to Zilargo and be like, hey, how about we supply you with like, gear, and like you can just like protect yourself in case Breland comes, but like we'll also like, tit for tat, you don't need to do much, but just like, don't also come in and like take us from behind. Go to Droam, try to get like the Shadow Marches and them like competing for kill count or something. I don't know, but I feel like we could do a lot by starting in Breland and getting stuff.
I like the idea of trying to get a Colossus and just like, even if we can't control the thing, just pointing it in the direction of that floating city and just smash and just watching that. Yeah. Watch Godzilla fight.
Yeah, even if we can't get a full Colossus, I still would like to get the gear that we can get.
Yeah, let them fight.
Oof. All right.
Yeah, my vote's Mournland, Breland. Mournland, then Breland.
That.
We're gonna go home. And as I say that, I do a like full-on PTSD like Nom flashback, just, and it's like a mixture of fear and excitement. It's hard to tell which is more prominent on his face.
Oh yeah. On his would probably also see the like slight darker red tinge to his eyes as there seems to be something there. Gurgi on board with that?
Yeah, Gurgi's on board.
All right. Cool. As you say that, he nods and looks to the other small council members. Raz nods and just says, she also had the Russian accent. Hold on. I like the idea. I think it could be a good idea, especially to use the Colossi as a posture against the floating city. I feel like that could possibly make them fire the first shot. It's probably smart.
Yeah, especially if we have it like slowly walking towards it or something.
It'd be like great to go like Pacific Rim on its ass.
Okay. I think that would be a very good play.
Person's going to the bathroom.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd also like to take a quick 5 after the strategy meeting too, probably.
That works. I was just gonna finish up one last thing, and then we can get up to
good.
it. Haruk will literally nod and say, "All right, all right, it's confirmed. I'll work on unifying target. Will you all gather some help elsewhere?"
Well, we'll do what we do best and cause chaos and bring people back, I guess.
We bring back a Colossi, his hands cut off, tied up.
we just have it like tied up on a leash.
You guys have taken the time to make some modifications. You gave it some bull horns just to make fun of the dude.
Oh, that would be funny.
Alright, well, strategy meeting adjourned. Haruk will just say, let's meet after the gathering and we can supply you for your trips out to the Mornland. And for now, we'll go ahead and take a good $5 before the
Yeah.
gathering unfolds.
Sounds good. Alright, back.
Welcome back.
Hello.
Ah, crap, I forgot water. I'll be right back.
Alrighty.
Water
Yeah, I
is
need some
needed.
because Haruk's voice it's not that bad to do, but it definitely does get grating after a while.
I would imagine on a dry throat it would be hell, for sure.
Yeah.
On a well lubricated throat, I feel like you could get away with it for a while.
Oh yeah, it's not too bad. It's just
Yeah.
again, need a little water just to keep it moist.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I apologize if anyone has any grating issues with that word. I didn't mean it as such.
Which word? Oh, moist?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that's
All
what
I
I know for some. Yeah, I know for some people it's nails on a chalkboard. So.
I've met some
All I
people
can-
that hate it. Yeah.
Mhm.
All I can think about is on TikTok, like a year or two ago, when Justin Trudeau used it in an actual speech.
Oh, no.
That sounds amazing.
I think I remember that, yeah.
Yep. And it you know the song "Speak Dirty to Me."
Oh,
Someone
yeah?
made
Yeah.
a version where it's "Speak Moistly to Me," and it uses
Oh.
that audio. Yeah. Yeah.
That's funny.
Yep.
I like it. Yep. Yeah, I honestly never had I considered that word to, what the internet considers it as. My first thought when I hear moist is always cooking. People use the term moist in like baking a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah,
'Cause you can
moist
have
brownie.
moist chocolate cake.
Exactly.
That makes sense.
But yeah, that's my first association with it, and then the internet got me, and now it's like I have to double check on that word with people.
Whatever.
Yeah, the internet should stop ruining words already.
Seriously.
Did you hear that only one kid has been named Karen this year?
Really?
Something like that? Yeah.
Respect. On that note, though, I do feel kind of bad for anyone named Karen, like right before that big thing hit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because like, there's gonna be like 12-year-olds and 13-year-olds who are gonna get just the worst shit for that.
Yep. And that's gonna suck.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what's really fun is in retail, you literally do say, I had to deal with a Karen, and one of the questions asked, or sometimes you'll mention, and their name was actually Karen.
Yep.
Which is, yeah.
That's the best part.
It's always the best when it lines up.
Yeah.
It is.
There is also, no, I've had some crazy stories. Yeah? In the bedroom? Is it in the it might be in the living room.
Oh my gosh. Choco, Lynx was being like weirdly cute last night.
Huh?
I'd laid down to go to bed. I was laying on my side, and Lynx, for some reason, decided that laying right beside me, like right beside my face, and then pawing at my face, like the little like kitty biscuit kneading thing, was what she wanted to do. So she did that, and it was adorable, but also very confusing and a little surprising to wake up to.
No doubt.
You want a snack, Brandon?
I grabbed.
At least it didn't have any claws.
Yep.
Because if that was
Yeah.
Nero, you would be upset with Nero.
No, because Nero's not bad with his claws, like, at all. I think I'm still really sad that they got them, declawed. But Yeah, because like even Nero's got little prickles now and then, but that's about it. He's actually pretty safe with his little needles.
Yeah, but when it happens, it hurts and bleeds.
Sometimes.
Well, for me personally, at least.
Buddy. Yeah. I mean, either way, I still think it's all fucked up that they got them declawed. I don't agree with that method of handling it.
Was it the apartment or was it Lynn's mom?
It was Lynn's mom.
Yeah. Okay. Because I know sometimes, like, depending on, like, I guess.
Yeah, I saw that. One of the apartments I was looking at said something about, like, the pets had to be declawed. And I was like, oh, fuck no, I'm not living with you. You're horrible.
Exactly.
Probably the only time, and this would be, I don't even know if it's possible, but I do know of a cat who is allergic to their own teeth. And they had to get their teeth pulled, so...
Allergic to their own teeth?
Yeah.
What kind of autoimmune hell?
How much does God have to hate you?
Seriously?
So, if
God damn.
somehow the cat was allergic to their own claws would be the only situation where I would say that is okay.
Yeah, I mean, in that scenario, yeah.
Like,
you do whatever you can to make the cat, more comfortable.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, no,
that is, wow, I'd never heard of that. Cause like,
yeah,
I understand. Humans have that issue sometimes. Like lupus is being allergic to part of your own body. I don't understand how. Wow, that's.
Yep, the cat was allergic to their own teeth.
Damn.
Yeah,
that's rough.
It is.
My aunt helped with a cat rescue, and so I have some pretty horrific stories of things people have done to cats.
Oh, I no doubt that.
Yeah, there's some really fucked people out there.
Yeah.
Is there a cat that was allergic to its own pee?
Teeth.
That would be even more unfortunate.
Yeah, it would.
Sorry. There we go. And move your. Oh, you didn't actually. Hey, y'all. There we go. Okay.
Why is the Kraken Bay circled?
Because there's a robot in there.
Ah, right. Okay.
There we go.
So
I had honestly forgotten that I gave you all that information. Oh, fun. It'll be fun.
Yeah, I know some things.
He does. He knows where some of the rumored remains of some very powerful Warforged tech is.
Nice.
I feel like a lot of that is definitely worth checking out, because most of it's already kind of on the way.
Yeah, why
Kraken
not?
Bay is a little bit out of the way, and then the Crawling Swamp is, like, way the fuck out of the way. But, like, everything else is, like, basically on the path already.
I want one of those fancy arm blades.
You can get one of those very easily. I think they're a common magic item.
Yeah.
Like, I think with about 20 minutes of research, Giz could probably make you one.
Hell yeah.
Literally, you say the name to him, and he probably would be like, arm, blade, I think I got it.
I mean, if it's not too expensive, I'd take if there's a finesse version.
Yeah.
I have a decent dex. Never a bad idea to have a melee.
Rapiers and sabers are a thing.
I would actually like to go, like, magic item shopping, maybe.
Okay. Yeah, I know Kirsten has a ton of money. We all do.
Should we maybe take a quick trip through the Margle Pass into Zalargo just for, like, magic shopping? and then
You
head
absolutely
over
could.
to the Mournland right after that, after like boosting our level quite, because we're gonna be going into to these colossi probably, and I do know, and I would warn everybody because they should know that like their internal security systems are still functional and very dangerous. So we're gonna want shit before we go in there. So that might actually be a good plan if we hit Zalargo first, just to stock up on equipment.
What are the chances Clunk and Senin already know that from a previous experience?
This looks like a nice place to hang out. Ah!
I'll have one of you roll a d100. I'll let you know if you've even been in the proximity of one of these things before. Because there, in the entire world, are like 7 that are rumored to still exist.
Yeah, they are pretty uncommon. 71.
71? Not likely you would have come across one.
Okay.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's probably why we're here.
Yeah, because there's one that's rumored to still walk around the Mournland.
Oh my god.
Jeez. Is that like the thing that you put us in?
Yeah.
Oh.
I have a picture that I can show you of one that I'm sure Giz probably has like a rough sketch of.
Yeah. I think you showed me the same one. If it's the one I'm thinking of.
Love that picture. It's so dope. I need to go to the nation real quick. Let me go to the Mournland.
I think in terms of shopping, probably, especially since I have such open communication over Discord, that might be a good idea for us to kind of do off stream at least, and and at most even out of game.
We can sort of time lapse that and like call it a more downtime thing, because in realistic time, like it would be to get to Zolenberg, which is probably the first city you'd come across that has a decent magic item trade. If you were to take the main roads, get like horses, cart, even get one of the magical carts to the Stern Gate, and then take the lightning rail there, it might take you a week to get there and back.
Okay.
So it's not too long, but we can call it like 7 days of downtime and do some things with that. Oh, where is Metro?
Metro is one of the ones I've circled. It's right above Lake Sear.
Yeah. I'm looking in the book. I'm trying to find the picture.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Never mind.
Was that the one with a colossi just vibing in the middle of the city?
Yeah, I think that's the one. Yeah. I even know that one's name.
His name is Phil.
Jim in the city.
What's up, my dude? Just slowly waves hand. Hi, Clone.
Oh my god, a giant robot! What's his name? Hi, I'm Steve.
My hobby is collecting ants.
Even better, they called him Tiny, so that when they were threatened, they said, "You want us to bring in Tiny? All right."
Because the Colossi, they were kind of like, they were just big old warforged, so they were they used kind of generally between the nations and the houses?
So there were 7 of them that were built. They were purchased by nations from House Kenneth, and they were used briefly. They came into existence like a week before the war ended. A lot of the greatest advancements came right before the, air quotes, atomic bomb went off.
Yeah.
That's really awkward.
Yeah. And in general, afterwards, lots of them were lost because most of them were in Sear when it happened.
Yeah.
But by and large, everyone kind of also agreed that maybe we shouldn't be using these.
Yeah, let's just put this thing back.
Can't find it in the book.
What's really become of House Kenneth post, war?
Oh, they're still far and away the most technologically advanced house. They lost their main base of operations, so a lot of their, super-powered war machines are no longer in function, but they have sent expeditions into the Mournland to gather some of the information they wanted, and they currently primarily work on airship engines, elemental carts, elemental vehicles, and things like that. They're sort of taking the air quotes motor company approach to post-war advancements.
Totally. Elemental cart was this my fire cart?
Yes, actually, binding elementals to power your vehicles. Very common thing. Here's this.
Oh my god, is this the Rick and Morty miniverse car battery? You just gotta step on these flugel boxes, or whatever the fuck they were called.
I love that
like
episode so much. The flugel crank.
Yeah, something like that.
Alright, let me pull this picture up. Upload. Yes. Control. Here we go.
I just love the flex to it when he gets out of the car battery and back to like just normal Earth. He's like, well, they're gonna do one of they know I'm gonna do one of two things. I'm gonna either let the engine keep going if they keep going, or replace it. So they just like begrudgingly go back.
Really,
to work.
the ultimate checkmate.
Yeah.
It does not want to save that picture. Fuck me. Alright.
Clean my glasses. I can see clearly now.
The rain is gone.
The stain is gone.
There we go. Okay. I can save that.
So we're really just gonna deal with like the central and western half of frickin' Corvair.
For now. Don't forget.
And tomorrow, the world!
You know, it's very possible. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you. There is a very large possibility that if you all decide to go through and like really invest in this, could take over the entire continent.
Fuck yeah, let's
Here we
do
go,
it.
finally. Bang.
Yeah, that one.
Yep.
Boy, just vibing.
Metro, City of Towers.
Boy, just vibing. Slumped over, not doing okay. He's just vibing. Don't worry, he'll sleep it off. Don't worry.
That.
Bro, he's
Yep.
just vibing.
Vibe check, tickle his foot.
Let's not.
So how'd your last
Yeah,
character die?
Yeah, the knee-jerk reaction just just tears out half the city.
Didn't our characters actually go inside that thing?
Yep. It's one you guys have actually been in before. They stole its heart, and then they lost it.
Yep.
How do you
It's that one.
lose?
It was I've told this story briefly. It was a dragon shard the size of a beach ball.
Oh,
They
yeah.
tried-
Okay, I remember.
They
Yeah.
tried to put it into a bag of holding, and bag of holding broke because that's way too massive to put in a bag of holding.
I think he even warned us about that indirectly, and we just.
It's not way too
ignored
massive. It was just way too heavy. I should clarify.
Yeah.
It fit perfectly fine, but the weight limit was exceeded, and bag of holding into the astral sea.
And everything else that we put in it afterwards.
So for reference, because you all have an artificer, maybe don't put something in the bag of holding that weighs too much.
Yeah, because we have a bag of holding, right? Where is that?
You
being
do now.
kept?
Oh, I forgot about that.
Who has it?
I think it was just Giz that kind of grabbed it and held
Yeah.
onto it.
Yeah.
Did I?
I think Giz
Well, look at
found
my
it.
inventory.
Yeah, does anyone have it in their inventory? If you do, then got it.
I
Yeah.
do. Okay. It just wasn't where I thought it was.
No.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
Sinan has zero magic anything outside of her bow. Her new bow,
I guess
which
I
is
do
pretty high
generally
magic.
hold on to like a lot of our potions and like money from like shopkeeping and stuff. So I guess
I still have that
sense.
poison vial.
I have a place. I have like a secure place to put it, so it won't get like stolen either.
Sure.
Nice.
I can
What?
be the party pack mule.
What
Sweet.
exactly does it mean? Like, I don't really have much in terms of being like I've never held onto a bag of holding.
Mhm.
What count? Like, at what point is it too much? Like, what's the weight limit?
So, the item itself has a written weight limit. Let me go ahead and bag of holding. Sweet, it's in here. I can just do this. So, bag of holding has an interior space considerably larger than the top, roughly 2 feet in diameter at the mouth, 4 feet deep. Bag can hold up to 500 pounds, not exceeding a volume of 64 cubic feet.
Okay. So it's like we just have to make sure we don't put.
Yeah.
Any...
Generally speaking, it's pretty easy. I'm not gonna, fault you guys too much on it. It's in a specific case where they had to actively use half of the party to try to lift this thing and then put it in the bag of holding, where I was like, it's a little bit much.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, you're not tracking the weight, but it's like when we try and put a giant's
When you
fist
put
into...
If you attempt to put a cow in the bag of holding, gonna tear.
Yeah.
I'm going to drop this miniaturized dwarf star into the bag.
How much XP do I get for nuking the astral plane?
Oh my god, it would bomb the astral plane.
Well, here's the good news. You're level 20. Here's the bad news. You pissed off God.
Which one? Yes. I seem to have not written down those potions that we ended up with.
Oh, yeah, I don't think I did either. Because we never figured out like how we were distributing them exactly.
I did. I copied everything. Okay, so 6 healing potions, 6 greater healing potions, 6 superior healing potions.
Oh my gosh.
I think that was it. I think it was just 6 of each.
It was 6 of each.
I think we were just taking 1 of each, and then I think
bag of holding, I think.
Gizzit, you were taking the extras, but I think we also had Vic with 1 of each as well.
Vic to be the mobile health station.
So Vic, so
works
all 5
for me.
have 1, and then Gizzit to have the extra. Okay, so 1.
Sounds good.
And then those health potions in order. I mean, everybody should know this, but it's 2d4 plus 2, 44 plus 4, and then 8d4 plus 8.
I do not have 8d4 plus 8. So that's helpful.
I'll burn that bridge when I get there.
Yep.
Sounds good. So, now that
I used the potion of wall climbing. What were the other weird potions that we had?
I got
fire
the
resistance and physical resistance, but I think we drank all those.
I did not.
I still have a potion of climbing.
I still have a potion of physical resistance.
Okay, I drank all of mine.
What was that?
There's also the arrows that I think Senian's holding on to.
I got those.
Magic arrows.
Yep.
Okay, cool.
Cool. So, as for this day that we're on currently, we can sort of speed up time just a little bit. Anything else that anyone wants to do for the rest of this day? Sort of the middle of the day, Haruk is supposed to give his speech sort of as sun starts setting, so in like probably about 3 or 4 hours.
I guess Gizzit, you and me should potentially do a scout area of where he's going to do the gathering with our familiars and just really make sure there's no weird shit about to go down. Like that we just stopped a whole ass
might as well.
What's it called?
Coup.
We should just be like, okay, it's all good now. We saved the day, and then watch it still blow up. Damn it!
I mean, yeah, I might as well do a perimeter check at the very least.
All safe, Mr. Warlord steps up on stage.
Bang!
Mushroom cloud.
Damn it!
Oh, we didn't check his chair! Shit! It was there from the very beginning.
Everyone just looks at Clunk for a second. Like, oh, it wasn't me this time.
Oh god, yeah, no, 100%. If there's an explosion, Clunk is probably the first blamed.
Which is totally fair.
Yeah,
Okay.
honestly, there's worse bets to take.
Probably. So, you all do a quick sweep of the area. Let me get investigation checks from each of you. You can use your familiar's bonus if you.
Yeah, I'll use him. Clunk will just kind of chill on the. Do we have like a certain area that we're sitting during the speech?
So, thank you for reminding me. The gathering is being held in
26,
a
by the way.
more. Okay. The gathering is being held in a really kind of strange format. Atop the red tower, atop the red house, Farouk is going to stand atop it and have magical projections of everything that's going on each of the sides of the tower.
Oh,
The
he's
gathering
live streaming.
itself is just going to be like straight up, mobs around the tower, watching it
Gotcha.
from the ground. You all are welcome to watch from anywhere in Civic. But generally speaking, Farouk has probably laid out that no one, not even the small council, is allowed on top of his tower.
Fair.
Gotcha.
So
That's his tower.
That's his.
the
dick
top floor
measurement.
is his room, and very private to him.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Probably something you would have heard in the course of living in the tower is above the.
Yeah.
Let me double check my exact. Above the 8th level, if you go up there uninvited, you don't come back down alive.
Damn.
Wow.
It's not uncommon, apparently, for uninvited guests to find themselves taking the quick way down on the outside of the tower.
Oh, is there a slide?
And then I just cast Feather Falling and walk back up and be like, "G'day, fellas. Have you seen my brother?" I think he came up this way a couple minutes ago.
Yeah.
Okay, investigation. Okay, I'm gonna use my new Fiend's Warlock thing where if I roll an ability check, I can add a D10. After I roll the number, but before I know the result.
I love the Fiend abilities. Dark One's own luck?
Because I rolled an 8, and I don't want to take only that. Okay, now it's a 13!
Still better than an 8. So a 13 and a 27.
26.
26.
I mean, I'll take the +1 if you'll give it to me, but...
I mean, it wouldn't change what you find. Surprise, surprise. It's actually pretty clear. There doesn't seem to be anything specifically out of place you notice. You sweep the area really well in your case with Klepto, who probably manages to steal a few things along the way.
Hell yeah.
As for Vic is very nonchalant about his search. He checks the floor, he checks under a few tables, nods to himself and says, "Yeah, all good."
Finds like a half-eaten hot dog somewhere along the way, which becomes a full-eaten hot dog by the time he's done.
Definitely. Absolutely a Vic move. Yep. Full on. Returns to Clunk with the half-eaten hot dog, which is now more than half-eaten. But yeah, it is relatively clear. You find some strange things that you're probably not expecting. Like, Klepto's pretty thorough, so Klepto would probably find on some of the higher levels that you all are not in the nicest rooms.
Okay.
So there's 3 floors that are dedicated to rooms.
To what room?
There's the 4th floor, just to rooms, for guests. There's the 4th floor, which is extremely basic and where you were held originally.
Okay.
There's the 5th floor, which is still simple, but nicer. More accommodations in them. And then there's the 7th floor, which is, whereas the 4th floor has probably about 16 rooms on it, your floor has about 12. The 7th floor has like 5 rooms on it. They're massive.
Yeah, okay.
And they're well accommodated. Here's a question: is Klepto going up into the higher levels?
Not if he's not supposed to.
Okay. Then
I mean,
stopping
yeah.
at the 8th level.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would have just, with me and Vic, we would have just checked, like, I guess rooftops in the nearby area.
Okay.
Not, like, in the building.
Well, that's a pretty easy search because the tower itself stands at the center of a sort of compound of buildings, and they're the only real buildings in the city. And this entire compound heavily guarded by all of Haruk's closest personal army.
Especially right now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Totally fair.
I would say Klepto does find something interesting.
Oh, yeah.
Klepto finds, in the search, just generally sort of searching around, Klepto would find his way in the prison cells.
Oh, yeah, okay.
The prisoners, the 4 of them, the 3 Dar are currently being outfitted in the 3 Dar are currently being outfitted in whatever they were wearing during their final stand against you. So armors are being replaced onto them, having been taken off previously. But their armors are being replaced. They're being set up very ceremonially as well, as a... you would recognize this, especially as more of a sign of respect in the final moments. Being dressed for their execution. The human is actually missing. She is not in her cell. Her cell door is left wide open at this point. But she is not there.
Has she been let go? Is she dead?
Was she breakfast?
Meat's back on the table, boys!
I mean, for goblins, it's not really that out of the question. But...
You know, when I thought about this, I was like, I wonder if that's going to be the first assumption.
It literally was. She's like missing. I'm like, oh, they ate her, obviously.
Missing is she breakfast?
Oh god. I hate myself, but it does give a whole new meaning to eating someone.
Oh hell. All I'm gonna say is it would explain the facts at hand.
Anywho, that's all that you find, though. The Dar are being ceremonially prepared
For their demise.
The rooftops nearby are clear. Nothing in particular. In fact, what you find on the rooftops is a whole lot of Farouk's own personal guard, wielding crossbows, and things you've known or you've come to understand are thunderstone firearms.
Oh, okay, cool.
So they are all very well prepared, very well armed, and probably more likely to shoot first, ask questions later this evening.
Yeah, definitely.
So, think U.S. Army, U.S. Police. Excuse me. Yeah, very much in a U.S. police force kind of mindset.
Really
now,
oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I was kind of half looking through some of those feats, and a lot of them, because I think the supplement came out before like the newest Tashas that came with a bunch of new feats.
Oh, gotcha.
a lot of them are word for word what they added in Tasha's. That already is like a big green flag for the rest of the feats.
That is nice.
Green flag? What do you mean?
Like as in like
It's
they're
okay,
proposing
it's good,
things that
they're
became
balanced.
official. Probably not from them necessarily,
Yeah, yeah.
but
It's a good sign that they are
yeah,
doing well balanced stuff.
one that I really like too is there's a feat that gives you a fighting style. Fighting style is nice. That's not a lot for a feat. So this one gives you a +1 to strength or dex. I like the idea of a fighting style and then pick like 2 weapons or an armor or a shield or something. It'll really round out that rogue that doesn't quite have the heavy crossbow, or that other character that kind of uses a melee weapon but doesn't have martial versatility, so he uses like a stupid weapon. It's like, can I use a good sword now? Even a great one? Sorry,
I know it's not what you were going for, but the great call out definitely I feel attacked. But anyway. Moving on. As you all gather for this evening, where are you intending to watch from? You have quite a few places you could watch from.
I'm gonna go into sentry mode in my room and just watch from Vic's invisible senses just floating up above the tower.
Nice. Okay.
I feel like I wanna be among the people. You know, I wanna see the speech from the ground floor.
Got it. Okay.
Maybe on a building. You know what? I'll
I mean, you have
casually
your own
walk
shop
horizontally
on
up a
top of.
building. Yeah, perfect. There we go. That's close enough. I'll be on top of my own.
Yeah, I'm just gonna live stream it from the couch.
If Gizik's okay with it, I'll join him up on the top of his building and watch.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, Gergie.
I'm gonna watch from the ground floor, just in case.
Okay. Well, quite fun. So, as the sun does come to its setting point in the evening, the light snow has been sort of off and on all day. Rooftops have a nice little white layer on top of them. The ground is awful. It is just that that brownish slush that comes out in the early winter when it's not quite enough that it covers the ground, and there's a lot of footprints through it, so it is just awful. However, on the rooftop that you guys are on, it's actually quite pretty. Gergie? Not so lucky.
Fair enough.
As the sunset, or as the sun draws closer to the horizon, and the strange colors begin illuminating the sky, leaving the golden band of the ring of Sybaris above, the beating of drums starts. Very rhythmic, very slow, speeding up. It is very reminiscent of typical goblin war drums. And as it does, the crowd begins to get hype. Very, lots of shouts, lots of rhythmic stomping that goes along with it, lots of clatter as they ring together whatever, sticks and things they can find. And as it stops, there's the chatter, stops a moment later, and standing on top of the roof, stepping towards the edge, and again being projected magically on the sides of the tower, is Haruk. And he starts very monotone and says, 4 days ago, we lost a portion of our city to an explosion. 3 days ago, we had an attack. A violent attempt to hold this nation, keep this momentous day from unfolding. Ignorant, guided by the scheming minds of outside forces, were pushed into this conflict without a true understanding of why they fought. I have nothing but pity for the Dar involved in this plot, and nothing but contempt for the unseen masters pulling the strings behind the scenes. Unfortunately, these three, and as he says this, 3 of them are, well, you would definitely see it, getting the top-down view, clunk. But the 3 of them are from behind, not so gently pushed up to the edge of the roof.
Hell yeah.
Where they stand for a moment.
I'm putting on my eyes of the eagle. I'm like, zooming in with my binoculars.
Perfect, yep. With that kind of view, yeah, you definitely see there's some pointy sticks behind them that are guiding them up towards the edge.
Hell yeah.
He continues. These 3 still must answer for their actions against this peaceful meeting. Those out there who organize these attacks, to those who support them, to those who respect anything that these conspirators have done. See this as a message. And with that, he holds his hand up, and one by one, not so willfully, they are escorted off the roof.
Yeah! Woo!
Oh!
I want to hype the crowd.
Oh, the crowd goes fucking wild. Like,
Long
screams
live
and
the
shouts and
team.
just a wave of cheers and shouts of support just wash over them. And
Hell yeah.
as it comes up and waves and just sort of resurges now and then, Haruk lets it happen for a solid 90 seconds before it comes to a halt.
Bask in it.
Oh yeah. As it comes to a lull again, he starts speaking, his voice sort of booming and echoing throughout the city. Well, those involved had to be punished. This gathering is far more important than the actions of our enemies. Today, we gather in the greatest goblin sea, still surviving under dark control. 4,000 years ago, our ancestors gave their lives, their lands, and their freedoms in the war against the Nightmare Spawn. Bloody as that battle was, as those horrors fled, our ancestors only lost life to them. The loss of lands and freedoms came from a different foe.
Sorry.
Wait, Jeff, did you just
crowd at
fart?
this.
Because that registered on the mic.
Yep. Sorry.
I was wondering what that sound was. Anyway, continue.
I love the idea that someone from the background gets picked up on the mic of this guy.
Honestly, so true though. Literally.
It's just Vic. After eating that Redcon dog.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Anywho, back to Canon here. As he says a different foe, and everyone here, having been raised as goblins, and even you, Clunk, having lived amongst goblins, know the story of the fall of the Empire of Dakan. That while the fight against the Delkir was the major weakening factor, the Empire of Dakan survived until the humans of Sarlana stabbed them in the back, took their lands, and enslaved them. And as he says this, as he mentions this different foe, the entire crowd gets very rowdy, and you have your Eyes of the Eagle on. You can see it. I mean, there are a number of humans who are in attendance of this. Just various documentations being made about what this is and what's happening here. They look very uncomfortable.
Yeah, I would imagine.
Yeah. And rightfully so, because some of the goblins are definitely getting a bit rowdy near them, and there's definitely some words being shouted at humans. But this particular lull, Haruk kind of stomps over a little bit. There's sort of like a maybe 5 seconds of this happening, and Haruk continues on and just says, "Today, however, we stand in a world of great possibilities, both for building Eberron up and tearing it down. While the past may hold great anger for some of us, and suffering for most of our history, we can't judge men by the actions of those long dead, instead by the actions of those today. Now, in recent days, men have shown both an unwillingness to bend to the wills of nature and a drive to break the lands into a sculpture of their own designs. This last war served as little more than a catalyst to show off whatever destructive powers they've built over the last 1,000 years. These weapons of war, these weapons of mass extinction, shouldn't be held in the hands of mortals, men or Dar. And the irresponsible handling of these weapons has wiped an entire nation off the face of this world, without a single whisper as to why. This is why we're gathered here today. As a nation where we stand right now, we can't do anything to stop them from doing it again. If they decide tomorrow to step up and use these weapons against us, we will be able to do little more than complain as they steamroll over us, leaving nothing but another moorland in their wake. Now, we came from greatness. We came from an empire the likes of which this continent hasn't seen before or since. Now we can rebuild our former glory. But first, before we can aid the nation at large, we have to unite ourselves. Clans of the Goldar, heirs of the Great Khan, tribes of the Seawall Mountains, city dwellers, and all lost to the borders of men. Now is the time to rebuild this great people into the glory of the great empire of Dakon. Starting today, for the next week, all Dar leaders will be welcome in my meeting halls to discuss our plans for the future. For 1 week, Dargoon will hold a non-violent gathering of all leaders, elders, bloodlines of Dakon, all houses, all men who find themselves willing to aid us, to build us, bring greatness back to our people. Will be welcome. After this week, non-violence will no longer hold, and we will unify through the tradition of battle. The choice is yours. But as we stand today, remember those who have come before us. Remember the violence of the past century. To those who fell, and to those who come after us, I'd rather leave a world we can guide away from the destruction of men, the irresponsibility of humans. To those who stand in our way, may those traitors down there send you this message. We will not bow in the face of opposition. We will not break at the hands of violence. We will not let you destroy our lands again. And may history remark this day as the rebirth of a fallen empire. And as he steps away, he turns, then turns back and just says, "Rat she ana," which all of you know in Goblinoid, in Goblin as a language, simply means the story continues, and it is a traditional slogan used at the beginning of Legends, Great Empire of Dakan. And with that, he turns and steps off the edge of the roof, walking back towards, walking back into the tower and towards the bottom. And as he does, there is a lull for a moment before just a rising chant of the thing he said last, Rat Shi Ana. Humans look a little uncomfortable still.
Fair.
Especially ones of certain nations' origins. There definitely some discomfort with the scenario, and a lot of the humanoids definitely make swift exits. But by and large, the crowd does begin to disperse slightly. A handful of the better off Dar do begin making their way towards the tower for whatever these negotiations will hold. But you all are free for the evening to do as you wish. For the next week, however, Dargoon, at least the Galdar under his control, are pledged to non-violence.
Well, all right.
Sorry, who did he pledge to nonviolence?
Anyone who is technically under his control. He's pledging that anyone who comes peacefully will not be approached violently, no matter what their previous affiliation, basically. So
Ceasefire.
basically, it's the heirs of Dakan were the ones heavily behind this last incursion.
It's a peace summit.
He's welcoming them. He's welcoming them to peace talks at this time.
Yeah.
So maybe we should try to go talk to those guys right away. I don't know how well that would work.
mean, and it's gonna take us like a week just to get to Zolenberg and back.
Zolenberg?
We could go to Palardral, I guess. Have a word with the silent folk, heirs of Dakan.
To where, sorry?
Palardral, south of the Seawall Mountains.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we could go there and then to Zolenberg.
Or, I mean, likely Zolenberg to Palardral. I imagine it'd be faster to not go through whatever the moor is.
Like that?
We're up here.
Ah, hey, what the?
Yeah.
Clunk.
Yeah.
There we go.
Nah.
But there are a few options. This is one of those weird scenarios where taking paths more traveled by would probably be the quicker option. Because you all would have to attempt to scale the Seawall Mountains and deal with whatever bugbear tribes are there ready to murder you.
Yeah. Might as well just go to Stern Gate and then take the lightning rail. That sounds like the fastest available option.
It's also worth noting that the lightning rail travels ridiculously fast in comparison to modern movement. Like, you can travel, I think it's something like, 30 miles a day on foot, tops? The lightning rail goes 30 miles an hour and doesn't stop overnight.
Wow.
Yeah, it's like a magic monorail.
Yeah.
So.
But, yeah, I guess.
Realistically, if you guys were going this route, you could make. You could make the trip all the way there in probably Something like 3 days. Yeah, with
Okay, yeah.
traveling on foot or by cart or something like that for this first portion, and then once you hit the or the lightning rail, it might take a day to ride the lightning rail all the way down.
That might be good actually, because then that would give the silent folk time to like decide whether or not they're even gonna like hold audience with Haruk, if that's something they'll even go for.
What we should do is we should bring a bunch of the silent folk down to Haruk, but like time it right so they get there like the day after it runs out. It's like, bang!
How fucked up would it be though? You like, yeah, guys, it'll be a non-violent meeting. It's just a peaceful protest. You send them in, and Haruk's just got cannons lined up. Like, you too late. Sorry.
Kabunk spied yesterday.
Yeah. No, that lightning rail trip wouldn't take, 13 hours roughly. Yeah. Then the walk from here to here would take a little while. But all things considered, it'd be a pretty easy trip. 3 days total to get all the way to Polarodrol, with a brief stop in Zolenberg for some magic item hawking.
Yeah. And then I realized that if we're going down that way, I also want to hit up Kenrun at some point in the trip, because there's another Colossus there. So that even means we could take the lightning rail back up and just head around New Seer instead, and then like this whole like section of the trip gets like where we were just traveling kind of gets cut out.
Oh yeah.
So it becomes kind of more efficient by going out of the way.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, you can take the... Yeah, I mean, it's just instead of going straight into the Moorland, you kind of take the trip around and then stay on a little bit more of the main road through, like, New Seer, Kenrun, and then down into the...
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, it works out.
That direction. Yeah, I'm good with that. So, Zolenberg next then is the plan, eh? Or we're just gonna go there right away?
Bless you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming the first place that we'd like stop would be Sterngate, because that's where we'd like get on the lightning rail. So I guess we just need like horses and like a cart or something just to get there.
Yeah.
That's where we commandeer a lightning rail. I mean, Ravo lightning rail. I mean, jump on a lightning rail.
Yeah.
All of those are options. All of those are things my other group has done. No joke. Literally.
Wow.
They started the campaign with like a series of train robberies. Anytime they needed to ride the lightning rail, it was literally, well, we're here, we could rob it.
I mean, to be fair, it's expensive.
While we're here.
Yeah.
It was in the bank and everything.
Okay, for what it's worth, you guys were riding it from Volyar to Irontown. That was literally like, I think it was like a 30 gold per ticket run.
This one was more than that.
I don't think so. I don't think it was that expensive. I think you all were just opportunist and chaotic.
Sounds about right.
But either way, all things considered, pretty easy route. If you want to go that route, again, we can kind of time skip a little bit. Haruk will meet you the next morning to discuss whatever sort of supplies you want for your trip, your journey. You can absolutely request like horses, carriages, the whole 9 yards. Haruk, at this point, pretty welcome to give you a full like horse and team.
Yeah,
or
dude,
sorry, full carriage and team.
After having that like crowd like erupt into cheers after he pushed off the guys that we gave him, like hell yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And the other thing he'll say in the morning is that peace talks are going well. A lot of the nation's clans are very happy to not be the next ones to step off the roof.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was kind of a big intimidation check.
It
Oh,
really
yeah.
was.
Don't
A lot.
fuck with us.
Yeah, it intimidates the people that are against you and rallies the people that are for you. It's a double-edged sword that just is win-win.
It really
For the
is.
sake of where the campaign goes next, can I get all of you to roll me a D100? I want to see what
All of
kind
us.
of interesting
Interesting.
Oh.
Is this some
percentage
kind of
we're
like
looking at here.
fate check?
Kind of. I want to
What?
see as we roll what the likelihood of certain.
I got
94.
75.
Okay.
85.
Okay.
Oh my god.
85, 75.
43. Oh, that's so boring.
Okay. Well, all of you rolled really well. Most of you rolled within the 25% line. I would say that Haruk would also inform you that there is, he has received word that some of the, not the specific groups behind this particular attack, but some of the Ketch Dakan, the heirs of Dakan, are willing to sit to negotiations and hear what he has to say.
Nice.
All right. Is that something that we should like stick around for? Cause
Oh, he'll say you can stick around for it if you want, but it's a situation of as long as they're willing to come to the table, he thinks that your particular group is probably not the most politically convincing.
yep. You know what? Fair enough.
Yeah. No.
You guys are good doers. You're not good sayers.
Yeah. Okay, then we might not need to go
Fair.
all the way out to Paladral after all.
But yeah, he'll say that with the way things are projecting right now, he predicts that there will still be some small levels of fighting that have to occur because there's always going to be the stubborn nail that needs to get hammered. But in the large force, you all have done quite a bit in the way of unifying the country just by so handily defeating this and leaving him with such a powerful motivation in being able to actively execute prisoners in front of everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's honestly huge.
And like even like it's ironically a bit of a show of civility.
It is. Everything he did in that speech was very carefully thought out, and the goals behind each word were well met. It's the reason why he didn't just hang them off the side of his castle for shits and giggles. He actively, ceremonially handled them the way he should have.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
But on this end, yeah. So if we're gonna cut out the trip all the way down to Paladral, then to Zolenberg it might take like 2-ish days tops.
Yeah, if we don't need to go all the way down to like the Korenberg side of Zalargo, there's probably no reason to.
Not likely. I mean, not unless you really want to go down into the like great libraries of Korenberg.
Yeah, but like, I mean, we could do more research on the Colossi before we go, but I don't know. I don't think that's entirely necessary.
If we're going by horseback, you could always just read a book.
Yeah.
Well, you guys have an entire cart. Well, not a cart. You guys would have like a nicer thing. He would probably try to negotiate with House Denith to get you one of the nicer, like more heavily laden war carts.
Yeah, war carts.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oonga boonga war cart.
We're talking like full horse team of like 4 draft horses pulling this. Iron reinforcements to it, wide wheels to make it easy to go over all sorts of terrain.
You know, I'm gonna put like every single person we kill in the war cart because it's the war cart. That's where you have to put dead enemies in the war cart.
Bring out your dead.
And thus the first mortician was born.
I
Some
come
guy
in
saw
first.
collecting dead bodies and was like, "Wait, we can collect those?"
You mean the bodies on the ground are free?
No one's gonna worry.
Oh,
They don't kick and
boy.
scream. Oh.
I wish I could say that was Clunk's invention, but Karnath does that already. They have an even more, what's the word I'm looking for? A more convenient option of just making the bodies walk around on their own. Easy to collect.
Oh yeah, make the bodies clean themselves up. That's the idea.
Yeah, there's some hilarious, like, crazy, ridiculous stories of stupid shit that happens in Karnath. But anyway, for now. Yeah, you have a full-on covered, like, wagon, reinforced, very nice, very well controlled. At a total speed, even with the 4 draft horses, you're probably looking at, like, somewhere in the range of 10 to 15 miles an hour if you're really pushing them. But you have a fairly reasonable accommodation for when you're traveling.
Awesome.
Kirsten, was it one of your games where you had like you had a necromancer with wolves? Do you want to tell that story? It's a really great story in terms of traveling.
So basically, we were up in the frozen north, and we met a necromancer who had a dog sled.
Oh no!
But the dog sled was not pulled by regular dogs.
Yeah.
It was pulled by dead dogs.
Yep.
And on the sled, one of the things that was just kind of there was another dead dog. They had a spare tire.
Oh no, that's accurate.
Oh no.
That's awful.
Extra dead dog.
That's horrible. I love it.
Oh no, I love that so much.
Yep. And it's
That's
not like it would decompose.
Yeah, it was like just a block of ice or something.
Yep. It's up in the frozen north.
Yeah,
Everything's cold.
Up in
Everything's frozen.
the frozen north. There's no frozen north in Eberron.
Well, we were in Tin Eberron. We were on the Sword Coast.
We don't know what's in the Sword Coast. That's boring shit.
There actually is kind of a frozen north in Eberron.
Yeah, it's the north.
Well, yes, that's part of it. But it's also frozen.
Oh, yeah, Ice White.
Wow,
Ice White Island. I love cold ice cube hill. I wonder if it's cold up there. Ice Gaunt. Korash. At least Korash. That's a cool name.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's also Ever Ice, which is the South Pole.
There's like a whole other chunk island somewhere too, right? Is that
Oh yeah. There's Eberron, or sorry, Corvair is the main continent, but there are 4 other like big continents, and then one smaller one. So there's Zendrick, which is where giants are from, and still a mostly giant continent. Argonessen, which is where most of the dragons reside. There's Sarlana, which is where most of the humans are from. Now currently occupied by steel humans, probably. Then there is Arenal, which is where most of the
elves, right?
Elves are from. But that is actually fairly close to Corvair. That sort of town where Valinar is. It's sort of down to the right of that. And again, it's not super close, but it is fairly close. Like probably within landmass wise, it's probably within like 200 to 300 miles, shore to shore.
Nice.
But back to this. Yeah, you all have your nice traveling cart. Make your way off to Stern Gate. As you get into Stern Gate, there's a little bit of a almost unwelcome reception.
Bunch of goblins in a war cart.
Quite literally, yeah.
Why?
As you all come in, you're not the first traveling from Rukundral, and word has clearly gotten out about events that had transpired at this great gathering. And
We'll see.
there's... How do I describe this? There's no racism happening here, but there is a very tense hesitation whenever you all are in the presence of any humans. The Breelish also seem to be more heavily armed and armored than you remember on your last trip through here, Giz.
Okay.
Much less of a laid-back attitude. But as I said, there's no active anything that they're doing against you. It is simply a seeming hesitation to your presence.
Makes sense.
As you all get on the lightning rail down to Zolenberg, will cost 25 gold pieces each.
Sounds good.
Question.
Yep.
Oh no.
Does the lightning rail do storage? Like, can you have like luggage?
Yes. With
How
the ticket,
much-
you have. So, for reference, with the ticket you get, you have enough storage as you would in, say, typical airliner pre-2010. So you can have your carry-on in a air quotes checked bag. You don't actually check it, obviously, but
Someone put me in the box and put me in storage. Like, I'm not.
that is an
kidding.
option. I will also say, to have your cart transported along the lightning rail, that'll be a bit pricey. If you would like instead to
Yeah, we could probably like leave it
put
at
it up here?
Stern Gate for like a couple days.
to leave it
Because we-
here and put it up and have all the horses taken care of for the, call it 2 days that it'll be, they won't cost you more than a platinum piece just for storage and caretaking.
Just one platinum piece?
Yep.
For the whole time? Works for me.
Yep.
Clunk can
Equivalent
be in my
to-
storage.
Cool.
I'll have
So
Vic
for-
hang out with you guys so we can still communicate and stuff. But I'll
Alright.
honestly just go into sleep mode.
Perfect.
Power off.
Yeah. For the total cost of 110 gold pieces, you guys get your trip down to Zolenberg, and your horses taken care of while you're gone. When you're in Zolenberg, for the sake of time, I will go ahead and say we can hand wave this right now, and you can grab. We can talk post off stream and figure out what you all want to buy with your monies and stuff.
Sure.
That'd be about
But-
37 gold each, right? 37 gold each, 110 going 4 ways.
Oh yeah. If you're gonna split it up properly,
Oh, I
Yeah,
can
well-
just drop the platinum myself. It's chill. I'd rather do that than math.
try the math.
So
That is
I'll-
100% a mood.
Yeah.
But you just made it more complicated because that platinum was added to the 110, wasn't it?
No.
Okay.
It was 25 gold each for the tickets. Then the total came out to 110.
Yeah, I paid the 25 myself. And then
Yeah.
I'll just front the one platinum.
Do I not pay the 25 then?
'cause
You do not. So instead, it would be 25 for the 3 of you, and then Clunk.
Yeah.
Stowaway.
Oh, yeah.
So would it be
Wait.
75 total?
75 total.
Well, I mean, if we're each just spend like 25, then a Clunk is still away. That makes it pretty easy, right?
Yeah.
Here,
Yep.
Scott, let me do the platinum then.
Sure. You wanna?
Fair enough.
A
Wait.
platinum is worth 10 gold, right?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
So how much gold do we? each?
25.
25?
25.
Other
Okay.
than Clunk.
Who is simply paying 10. So, to Zolenberg, besides buying magical items, is there anything else you want to do for, like, the day in the city that you're going to take?
I honestly, whenever, oh my god, I'm gonna have a reputation. Yeah, I'm gonna keep doing the whole friends thing. Maybe after we go shopping. After we go shopping.
After.
Okay. You know, in this case, it's definitely not as accepted as it is in Brucondrall. I'm gonna need you to roll me a general charisma check. Let's see if people see it as plucky and childish or as we should probably arrest them.
17.
Plucky and childish, but still annoying.
Like, I would go up to person, strike the conversation, cast a spell, and then, like, just before it runs out, like, start to walk away. It'd be like if someone, like, insulted you, you didn't quite realize until after. It was like, that little asshole just called me a...
I guess the only thing that I'd be looking for that'd be more specific than magic item is, I guess I'm always looking for a gold or red dragon shard of, like, any size.
Okay. Dragon shards are readily available. There's dragon shards of all types here. And there's a few different sizes as well. Are you looking for any specific size or just red or gold? Both Sybaris and Eberron shards are.
Yeah, I'm probably just looking for, like, a decent size for what I can afford.
Okay. For 100 gold, so just for reference, the equivalent of a dragon shard size is how much of magical components it can replace.
Okay.
So, how much are you willing to spend?
That's the question. It's not how much there is, how much are you willing to spend?
Let's say I have 1,000 gold, and we'll work from there.
Okay. 1,000 gold?
Some amount of that gold will be spent.
Okay. So, I will say that in this city specifically, you can get them at the higher sizes in probably about 3 different chunks. You can get dust of them as well, but that's probably a little on the lower end of the haggling situation. For like 500 gold, you can get a pretty sizable one, probably roughly the size of a gold piece.
Okay, and that's like pretty big, generally.
That's 500 gold pieces. If you're willing to drop the full 1,000, they will show you a dragon shard that is probably closer to the size of like a what's a good
Warforge?
comparison here?
The one that's in a Warforge?
Oh no. No.
Yeah, those would be like billions of platinum.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, we're because we're talking like dragon shards on like the scale of a coin being 500 gold. The scale that we're talking about for the colossi are like
not colossi, like just a normal Warforge.
Well, yeah.
The one that's inside Clunk, based on the prices that you're seeing here, probably worth a few thousand gold.
Yeah.
Nice. I have value.
It's a big chunk. But that's also one of the reasons why I'm interested in it, you know?
Yep.
It's like, hey, those do shit.
We could always sell him.
I could sell him.
The poor slaver that gets me and just has cash gold. That's on you, asshole. Kaboom! Yep.
So for 1,000 gold, it's less of a like the one that they're selling for 500 is kind of a chunk of it. The one that you get for 1,000 is a little nicer, and it's more like a crystalline structure, probably roughly the size of a pen. They also will advertise before you probably mention that you can't afford anything of that height. They will advertise and show you one for 2,500 gold pieces. That is probably closer to like a very small bottle. And they have one of the Kyber shards, the like dark purpley ones, that is equivalent to about the mass of a controller, like the Xbox controller.
Oh, shit.
And they're selling that for like 75.
Damn.
Yeah, because there's the 3 freaking different dragons in like ancient lore for Eberron. There's Eberron, Cerberus, and
Kyber.
Yeah, which are like equivalent of
under the Underdark, the Surface World, and space.
Yeah, but then also the equivalent of what are they called? Tiamat, Bahamut, and then
yes,
I think they have the same name for the Jade one, Cerberus or something like that.
Mhm.
Yeah, which is really freaking cool when I was reading that in the
yeah,
Fizban,
I'm a fan of their lore, but yeah. So that's what they're showing you. You can get for anywhere from 500 to 1,000 gold. You can get a fairly nice looking one of any color. They have a few of all colors.
All right. So in terms of like the difference between like red and gold ones, because I see that I wrote down forever ago whenever we talked about it that the gold ones I can use to create magic items, but red ones can be used in making tools. So is one like facilitating like the creation of an item and the other one more like an enchantment, or how does that work?
Yes. So to give them the quick rundown, Sybaris are the amber golden colors with like veins of gold glowing within them. They are used in crafting magic items specifically. Um, they are used for empowering items that are used with dragon marks, but they can be used for crafting magic items and powering any of the eldritch machines that exist. So if you got a big one of those, you could possibly turn your card into a elemental card.
Okay.
Well, sorry, not an elemental card. That is just a magical card. The elemental binding magics specifically use Kyber dragon shards because of the way that these are sort of the way that these ones work. They are very easy to use with binding magics, specifically elemental binding, which is typically used to power and control airships, lightning rails, elemental galleons, elemental carts, all of those things.
All right.
The Kyber shards can also be used as like phylacteries, used in planar binding magics, all of that stuff. The red ones, here we go. Eberron dragon shards, the red ones, are the ones that can be used in place of any spell component that has a cost.
Yeah.
They are also used in creation of simpler magic items, things that don't require like spell charges and things. Charges are typically used the gold ones to use as power sources and like holding energy, batteries effectively, whereas the red ones simply are magical and are good at enchanting.
Okay.
Red and gold have a lot of overlap, but
yeah, I'll say I'll tab purchasing one of those shards in our like between game time, because I'll definitely want to think about what dragon shard I might want the most, and also if I want like one really good one or like two like pretty good ones. I'll have to think about it a bit.
Still one really good one, load it into a gun and go bang.
Yeah, well, I can do some theorizing in the week or two that we have in between games for that.
Sweet.
And then
also
I'll know how much money I have for
here.
magic items too.
That's about the size of dragon shard, the size and shape of dragon shard you're looking at right now.
Sorry, that I'm looking at where?
In the in-session chat. For some the actual text chat of in-session voice channel.
On Discord.
Yeah. Sorry.
Ooh.
But that's about the size you're looking at for 500 gold.
Damn.
It is very fancy.
Okay. Yeah, that's kind of pretty. Okay. I will consider that for the future.
Okay. For now.
Yeah.
Back to it.
Yeah, for now that's all I should need to know.
Sounds good. Yeah. If you as well, if you have any like questions on what certain magic items would probably use, feel free to ask as well.
Yeah, I'll probably have like a lot of more like specific questions
Gotcha.
at a game when I kind of have a theory about what I'd want to try to create with each. Oh my god, with each dragon shard, and then you can kind of tell me like if it is or isn't possible, or if one is better suited than the other. Then we can just work out the details.
And I will say in the intent of saving a little bit of time here, it's also worth noting that the kind of work you're heading towards in attempting to bring one of these colossi back under control, it's possible that having some of the golden ones would be some of the Sybaris shards might be beneficial for working on big eldritch machines like that.
Okay. Interesting.
But
noted.
For this specific moment, is there anything else we want to do in Zolenberg before we time lapse off into the night?
I mean, shopping, but I don't know if we'd want to do that all in stream.
Yeah.
One I was thinking of, Kirsten, that might be good for you. I think it's a bit of a higher expense item, magic item wise, but I think it's the Cloak of Displacement. If my memory serves me correctly, things have disadvantage on hitting you, and then when they do hit you, then they don't have disadvantage until your next turn. So effectively, especially if you're really, really off on the edge, most things will pretty much just have disadvantage to hit you.
Gotcha.
So it's like your defense for if you do get kind of surrounded or things start trying to shoot at you, you're just like, nope.
Yeah.
Or maybe magic items that allow you to teleport.
Gotcha.
Allow you to kind of keep your
distance.
Yeah. Even something that allows you to fly. Any jackass with any range attack that flies gets to just take free shits on melee guys. It's magnificent.
Yeah. But we can deal with that after.
Yes.
Causing any creature to have disadvantage on attack rolls against you. If you take damage, the property ceases to function until the start of your next turn.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
that'd
really
be pretty...
taking the no-hit D&D run to heart.
Dark Souls.
I'm not even mad if you pull it off and Clunk is the only one to ever deal damage to you. I'll just be impressed.
That would be hilarious. If it's just canon.
That would. Yeah. I doubt that would happen. Highly doubt it.
It's very unlikely, but God, would it be funny?
But that would help. That would be a real good head start on it. It would work really well too with, I think there's a really late level rogue ability where it's like things just cannot have advantage on you. So it's just like, yeah, no. Heck off.
That would be fun.
Walk through the middle of the battlefield, middle finger up to either side.
Miss.
Yep.
One thing I did find was a very chronic rogue weakness. I found this out when I was a rogue for what ended up being just a one-shot. An opponent that casts, I think it was Spirit Guardian, so made a non-dex saving throw. And I was like, oh, it's not a dex save. Oh, and I quickly dropped. Because I was like, there's nothing I can do about this.
Yep.
It's true. Spirit Guardians, man. Spirit Guardians is one of those underrated spells.
Oh, dude, it's... you need to if you're a cleric. I had a really disgusting build with a Divine Soul Sorcerer where I just put up a whole bunch of defensive crap and then slapped on... So, like, Sanctuary... I think it was Mirror Image or Blink, whichever one doesn't take concentration, and then Spirit Guardians, and I could just walk around, just woo. It was nice. I was like, oh wow, it's really easy to build this as untouchable yet still melting things.
Untouchable yet still melts.
Choosing violence. Passively.
Passive violence. Anywho.
No, I don't think I really have anything other than magical items that I'm looking for.
Yeah.
Yep. Basic shopping, I think that's about all I have too.
Until I read the words Zellenberg on the map, I didn't know Zellenberg was a place.
Yep. It's pretty unnotable in the in the realms of Zilargo. Pretty sure. Let me find it here. Hold on. Yeah. Zollenberg. I'll read it word for word. Hidden high in the Seawall Mountains, Zollenberg lies at the heart of a network of jewel mines. These mines face attacks by kobolds living in the mountains, as well as goblin raiders from Dargoon. Gnomes and dwarves inhabit the city. House Kundarak maintains a great vault here, while House Tharash has completed construction of a large hall for the Prospectors Guild. Not much there, honestly. Pretty quiet, very.
It's a little mining town.
Yep.
Gotcha.
Well, it's a mining city, but yeah.
Yeah. No, just magic shop.
Yep.
I got my defenses set up. I think I would like to try and do the Eldritch Blast pistol thing, but that would probably work better with Gizzet than with random shopkeepers.
Oh, absolutely. That's something that, if you guys get a little bit of a setup for him, Giz could probably do in your cart on the road.
Yeah.
You know, it's
it's
a good
yeah,
enough cart.
I could go shopping for materials with it even.
Yeah.
Just
I mean,
for that.
That's something we can talk about in the magic item question.
Sure.
Shopping off stream. Because right now, I believe we're coming up on the end here.
Yeah, should we just time skip up to us entering Kenrun, assuming nothing interesting happens on the way?
Absolutely. Honestly, nothing really will.
Yeah, because I feel like
It's a
that's
pretty easy
the
trip.
next place that's something is gonna happen, so it'd be a good spot to end, I would think.
So
Yeah,
where's the
sounds
next
good.
place we're going to?
Kenrun?
We are going up this way.
Kenrun.
Oh. Wait, we're
And then
in
we're
Zollenberg
going
right
up
now?
this way.
Yeah.
Kenrun.
I thought. So we weren't gonna go to Palindrel?
We were, and then we decided not to because people already decided to.
Yeah, it was gonna be on the plan because I was gonna talk to the Silent Folk for Lahesh, but apparently they're already going to talk to him, so I have nothing to say.
We don't need to go there.
Cool.
And I didn't want to talk to them in the first place.
fuck
that
those
works.
guys.
Yeah.
Indeed. Fuck those guys.
Well, honestly, are those guys they're largely in the mountains, eh?
Yep.
Yeah, if those guys literally just decided to let the rest of Dargoon do its own thing and told non-goblinoids to fuck off and not go through the mountains, that itself would be huge.
That's the thing, too, with what Huruk's trying. Solargo wouldn't even really be the threat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If he can make that work. The
We
dice
don't
will
have to
see.
worry about it.
But, as for you all, you gather your things, make your way back to Sterngate, get your cart, and are off on the road to Kenrun. Passing through New Seer. Relatively nice little settlement. Very small still. A lot of individuals who fled when the Mournland happened.
Who are able to flee.
Yeah. It's more accurate to say a lot of people who just weren't home when that day happened.
Kaboom!
Because during that time, Seer had armies inside of Breland, so there are a lot of individuals who just got lucky. However, in New Seer, there's a small collection of old Seerans who have resettled here and are kind of just trying to do what they can. There's not much joy in that town. It's a lot of sadness, a lot of people just trying to make ends meet every day.
a ghost town, but there are in fact people in it.
As you all make your way further along, something you start seeing, which is kind of interesting, is I think Clunk would be the first one to point it out because Giz knows it. But Clunk, you start seeing like ghost goblins in the mountains. Weird, pale, almost like weird, pale goblins that seem to like see you and then disappear.
Huh.
I try to wave at them.
Sounds about right.
Yep. Every time you wave at them, they just disappear.
They're just being shy.
As you make your way to Kenrun, I need to check really quickly what is in Kenrun.
Well, I know that
at least
there is
three
a
ends.
half-phased colossi in the middle of a mountainside.
Yes. Yes, there is.
Probably
So, okay,
somewhere in
before, yeah. So, you don't see it as you approach. However, once you get into Kenrun, it's not common talk because at this point it's been there for a couple years. But asking around, you definitely get some directions and some pointers from local. Sorry, it's a fortress town, so it's you find the local. I don't want to say mess because it's not a mess, but the local tavern that exists here, and yeah, the tavern keeper can point you in the direction.
Cool.
And he will go into detail describing exactly what it is, which I will leave you with a description of a 40-foot tall chest halfway stuck out the side of a mountain. The head still on, but slightly lopsided. One arm reaching out, holding a non-existent blade, something that was once probably a blade in its hand. And the eyes are said to glow slightly in certain light.
Sounds like we could turn it into a gun and shoot down the enemy floating ship. Actually, that would be
Thank you for
dope.
reminding me. You actually do see Argonth in the distance at one point, not touching the horizon, floating slightly above it.
Fireball! I'm kidding.
It is way bigger than you expect. Imagine the size of an aircraft carrier. Now double it and make it. It is a city that flies.
I know where we are.
Anyway, I think that was where we will leave it.
I think so.
Dope.
All right, we got some cool things on the horizon then.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't think we'd be making it into the Mornland so quickly, to be honest. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, I figured that would be kind of off the table. It's not usually your natural destination vacation.
Yeah, I was expecting Mornland to definitely be like the goal, like 1 or 2 arcs from now. Which I guess now that I say that, it was an option for it to be 1 or 2 arcs from now. So fair play. We just decided we want to do it.
Yeah.
You guys looked at the difficulty mode and picked, I've done this before.
We haven't died yet.
Well, one interesting conversation I had with Zero before about the Moorlands is like there's a lot of Warforged activity in there, to say the least.
Oh,
to not
yeah.
give away for
Tons.
other folks that don't know. The biggest thing is it's a wasteland with creatures and shit everywhere. For a Warforged, you don't have to sleep, so you're not worried about something really jumping you at night. And you don't have to eat or breathe or drink, so you're not worried about the whole survival thing at all. So you're really kind of just vibing.
And the
It's
other
still
main
hostile, but
the other main problem with the Mornland that humans experience and living creatures experience is there's a form of madness that takes place after a while if you're alone.
Oh yeah.
But Warforged don't have to worry about that.
just vibing.
Yep.
Chilling with the
So-
screams.
There's there is a Warforged society that lives out there.
Interesting.
Don't run into them. They're not great.
I would
Should clarify. I think they're led by a Titan.
Oh.
I don't know.
To clarify, there are
Size,
3
but-
designations of Warforged. There is the Warforged, basic humanoid shaped, usually never more than 7 feet tall. Then there's the Titan, up to 15 to 20 feet tall, used to fight giants.
Mhm.
Then there's the Colossus. Typical predators of the Colossus are cities.
Yeah. Used to fight gods.
Like, literally, Warforged Colossus are like Iron Giant levels of massive.
Yeah, that's like the perfect comparison. It's just like the Iron Giant from the movie Iron Giant.
Yep.
Like, oh, look at that big old mother.
But Titans are huge. Titans are big enough to fight giants.
Cool.
And looking at their attack list, holy, plus 9
Stomp
to
damage does instant death.
hit.
Queesh.
DC 30 saving throw or pancake.
Yeah.
That's right.
DC 30 saving throw or pancake.
You either get out of the way or you die.
Ironically, I'm gonna be honest, the Titan is just a little bit underwhelming looking at its stat sheet.
I mean, I guess it'd be comparable to like a giant.
Honestly, not even.
No, really.
It's a challenge rating of 8.
Zero, are we gonna meet the dragon in the Moorlands?
It's possible.
Ah!
Daily D100 roll. It's out there.
Oh, that'd be so cool.
Shit.
Oh, it's I love that.
That
is
No,
my-
I don't know
that
what
is
it
my
is, but
first-
don't want to know what the
Yeah.
Moorlands does to a fucking dragon.
It's
Hint, hint. It's alive. It goes mad.
yeah.
Some weird version of a shadow dragon.
Whoa.
It's funny you say that. That's actually what I based its stat sheet off of. Yeah, I changed it up for the Mournland.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Ah,
it was. I think I called it a dragon of mourning.
yeah.
I was gonna make a mourning dragon, but that felt a little on the nose. But yeah, no, the Warforged Titan is actually super underwhelming. Like, it hits hard, but it deals on average 30 damage.
That's okay, but for a creature that's really heavy. How much health
is.
do we all have right now?
Well, like 50 some.
38, I think.
Yeah, so whack done.
It's got a sweeping attack too. That kind of balances out. But yeah, it's not it. Okay, put this in perspective. I think the bull you guys just fought could have taken it alone.
Interesting.
Because I think the bull that I put you guys up against was a challenge rating of 12.
Oh my god, really?
Dang.
so. Like I said, it was gonna be a hefty fight.
Bro did have a lot of health.
I really should have just hold person. I was just like slightly concerned of that not working and just wasting the spell slot.
I will say he had quite a few uses of Indomitable, so he could have he could have rolled spell saves with advantage if he wasn't doing too well.
Yeah, I think things of Indomitable are more balanced than just like magic resistance. It's just like, oh no, I choose to succeed that. It's like, what?
I agree.
It's a little cheeky. And I mean, obviously, because then you just have a couple casters all just cast hold person, slow, and stuff like that, and just F the guy over. But I mean, that's part of the point, too. You know? And that's why you have minions to go and whack the casters.
Oh, that's actually really funny. I was remembering my lore on it wrong. So, in the Age of Giants, giant artificers built war golems to aid them in their war with the Quarry. However, artificers of House Cannith later unearthed these and then built the Warforged Titans, and later on the larger Warforged Colossi based off of giant Artificer designs. They weren't actually used to fight giants. I misremembered that connection.
Huh. I guess that's why the stat sheet isn't comparable.
But yeah, they're still pretty big. They're apparently more so used just to wipe out squadrons.
Yeah, sweep and attack.
Yep, stick it on a group of horsemen, and watch it, make a stew.
Make it soup. Well, yeah. So basically, we'll kind of do some off-camera shopping in the Discord chat, and then aim for next Monday.
Yeah, that should be good next Monday.
Yep, sounds good.
So.
I'm down.
All right.
We'll be back.
Got a little bit of what the plan is now, so I got a few things to prepare, but
hell yeah,
I should be good.
And I mean, like I've drawn on the map like the next 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things that we are planning on doing. So that gives you a chance to plan ahead pretty reliably with the player plan.
Yeah.
Oh, definitely.
Just never
pretty,
the DM
pretty
plan.
cut and dry right now. Go there, do
I'm
that.
Make sure I have a random little sidebar plan too for Kraken Bay, but
yeah.
Are we doing anything with Kraken Bay?
Probably not immediately, but eventually. Because it's a little bit further out of the way.
Yeah.
So we after we hit like the glowing chasm, we might like double back for it, maybe. But
this is assuming we don't go into the Moorlands and immediately just be like, no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, me and
giant
Sen
dragon sits on you.
Yeah. Me and Sen dealt with it, but Sen can hide and I can vibe, I guess.
It's true. You two are strangely equipped for the Mournland.
What is it? I do really like in Eberron the book for Moorlands, or the chapter, or whatever that, and it has like a table for mutations.
Oh yeah.
That's a great table to just use on anyone.
Absolutely. I used it a few times on the dragon.
Few times, just all of the above. Option A.
Man, I like all of these. I can't choose. I guess I won't.
It's gonna be
Okay.
a fun thing to deal with.
Oh, it's a completely random encounter. It's very unlikely you'll come across it. They just had terrible luck.
Fair.
Luckily for them, though, they had a party member who was part of... I can't remember his exact story, but he was part of a group of monks dedicated towards the Draconic Prophecy, led by a dragon. So he was able to converse and actually negotiate with the dragon.
Yeah. Did we actually keep the promise to that dragon? I forgot.
No.
we're gonna see him again.
Negotiation.
Possible.
Oh boy.
There's also the Revenant in Metrol you guys completely dissed, basically. Took off with. There was the thing in Metrol you guys met that you agreed to help, and then nobody has mentioned since.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
We tend to break our promises a lot.
It's okay. It's not like it'll come back and hurt you.
Yeah, exactly. It's not like karma's gonna bite us in the ass.
Scott, if it makes you feel better, when I hit the door knocking, I was listening for it. I was like, "Where is it?" I didn't. I wasn't sure if it worked, and so when it went off, it made me jump a little bit too.
That's funny.
Yep. But yeah, that party has a bad habit of thinking consequences don't apply to them.
Yeah,
No,
just
for
delivering
me, I just
promises
forget.
everywhere like you're Shrek from the second one. I promise I'll repay
100%.
you. That is, unless I can't find you or I forget. Farewell.
I love that.
For me,
Like
it's just I forget.
that's honestly one of my favorite lines in the whole series. It's just so good.
I mean, it's exactly true though. It is perfect.
It is, yeah.
But yeah, no, 100%. That party has a rude awakening waiting for them at some point.
Oh boy.
The final
That
boss
party-
is just a room with every
Everyone.
NPC that has an unresolved promise.
That party is alive because the DM remembers the focus is on the party, not the realism of every NPC killing the party at given moments.
I mean,
Oh
I
yeah,
think
no.
I think one of the trials we actually did was something similar to that.
Mm-hmm. But anyway,
Which was fun.
oh yeah, I liked the tower. The tower was fun.
Continue sub? Oh, did it expire again?
Well,
oh, no.
if you guys don't need me for anything, I need to get going, so...
Oh.
Yeah, sounds good. I
Alright,
think we're
Joker.
basically just winding down to leaving
Oh, yeah.
individually now.
I think the D&D aspect of tonight is done for anyone who wants to stick around for the Rocket League aspect.
Oh yeah, right. I forgot about that.
Yeah, I'm still up for that. I'll probably go and take a quick bathroom
Yeah,
break.
I need
Okay.
like a a good chunk
Caffeine.
of minutes just to like wind down, kind of get in the mood for Rocket League. But yeah, I'm totally up for playing
Take
for a
some
while.
drugs,
Sounds
some
good.
cocaine, some caffeine.
Yeah,
Hell yeah.
smoke a bunch of weed, see if that makes my dribbles better.
Yeah.
Spoilers, it won't. Almost said plot twist. That was the wrong thing. Plot twist, it won't. It's like, what? No, that's the opposite.
Hold up.
Plot twist.
Plot twist, drugs do make me play better.
Alright, bye-byes.
Yeah,
Bye.
have a good night.
Alright, well,
Yeah,
I'm
have a
gonna
good
be
night,
here hanging out.
chat.
I'm gonna probably
Aw,
get stream set
have
up
a
so I can
have a
stream
good
us all
night.
playing.